पुष्पांजलि हम शुरू कर सकते हैं?
Yes ma'am, okay.
Okay, yes.
Manan Saab also joined. Good morning.
Good morning.
Manan Saab.
Good morning. I was trying for the last.
Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Ranjana Agarwal. Namaskar. Thank you. Pushpanjali.
Good morning, Gupta ji.
Namaskar, how are you?
Fine.
It's a pleasure.
Going on.
See you after a long time.
Yeah, sure.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all. Esteemed Chief Guest Professor Harsh K. Gupta, former Secretary, Ministry of Arts Sciences, Guest of Honor Professor Harilal V. Menon, Vice Chancellor Goa University, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR-National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, Professor Ranjana Agarwal, Director CSIR-National Institute of Science Communication and Policy Research, Dr. Charu Verma, Head, Research Journal Division, all the faculty members, researchers, esteemed guests joined through online from different universities and institutes, my colleagues at CSIR-NIScPR, and my student friends. On behalf of the workshop organizers from Research Journal Division CSIR-NIScPR, I would like to extend a hearty welcome to this one-day national workshop on emerging research frontiers in marine and allied sciences with spotlight on the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. With a legacy of more than 60 years of scholarly publication, CSIR-NIScPR is the only institute under CSIR umbrella which publishing more than 14 indexed journals in different disciplines of science and also including intellectual properties. So, as a part of these outreach activities of Research Journal Division, this workshop is organized jointly with our sister lab CSIR-NIO Goa. The key focus of the workshop is to spotlight the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, IJMS, its contributions and importance in building scientific task force and advancing indigenous marine research in India. This workshop will also emphasize the pivotal role played by CSIR-NIScPR in cultivating a robust ecosystem for science communication, scholarly publishing, and policy research. To start this workshop, let us join us to invoke Goddess Saraswati by lighting the lamps as a symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and purity. शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेतपद्मासना या कुन्दे. Thank you all for your presence and patience. Now I would like to request our director, Professor Ranjana Agarwal, to give her welcome address.
Thank you, Pushpanjali. Thank you, Pushpanjali. A very good morning. Namaste to one and all. Most respected Dr. Harsh K. Gupta, former Secretary MOES Padma Shri, who is the chief guest of today's function, Professor Harilal B. Menon, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Goa University, kindly agreeing to grace this occasion as guest of honor. My fellow director, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR-NIO, who has very kindly agreed to collaborate with CSIR-NIScPR to organize this conference. Dr. Charu Verma, Head Research Journal Division, senior faculty members of CSIR-NIScPR, researchers, the panel experts who are joining us in today's national workshop, all the participants, delegates, academicians. I extend a very hearty welcome to you on this on the inaugural session of one-day national workshop on emerging research frontiers in marine and allied sciences, with spotlight on the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. I am, from the core of my heart, I'm thankful to Dr. Harsh K. Gupta for agreeing to deliver today's address as a chief guest. Looking at his rich experience as an administrator, as a scientist par excellence, as an academician, and also as a science communicator who writes prolifically in not only in English but also in Hindi. I have read many of his articles. So I am truly CSIR-NIScPR is feeling honored to have him as chief guest, and his rich experience today in this particular workshop will give us a new direction how to take scholarly publications and marine sciences to a new height. I welcome you, sir. And thank you very much for accepting my request. It's always pleasure to listen to you. Professor Harilal B. Menon, who is Vice Chancellor of Goa University, a very senior academician and a researcher, an oceanographer with a wide experience working nationally, internationally. Sir, your presence really makes a huge impact on this conference, because in India, higher education institutions are basically the seeds where the young researchers, we nurture them. They are the nursery of the research. And you are leading an academic institutions, University of Goa, which is at the coastal part and focusing on marine sciences. So your presence also will enrich the deliberations of this conference. I extend a very hearty welcome to you. Dr. Sunil Kumar Singh does not need any formal introduction because he is part of CSIR-NIScPR family. But we all know, as a young Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar awardee and so many accolades with him, and leading NIO now for the second term, he has a rich experience in administration, in scholarly publications, in research, leading the research groups. And he happily agreed when I discussed with him that we want to hold this conference to make scientific fraternity aware of the initiatives of CSIR-NIScPR into publications and in the Marine Science Journal particularly. And he happily agreed and extended all help to our team. Sir, your team and my team has worked together to make this workshop happen. So a very warm welcome to you. I'm very happy to see you there. All the panelists who will be joining us, I extend a very hearty welcome, and all the participants who are who will be actively discussing various issues throughout the day, I extend a very hearty welcome. Sir, talking about CSIR-NIScPR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research, Professor Gupta, this name may be new to you to listen because you are from CSIR. So that time it was NISTADS and NIScare. And before that it was PID, NISCOM, INSDEC, etc. But in 2021, the two premier institutions of CSIR, CSIR-NIScare and NISTADS were merged so that science communication and policy research can bring the synergistic effect to bridge science and society. So we are new, only 4 years old, you may say, but our legacy is more than 100 years if I combine 40 years of NIStats and more than 60 of NIScPR. So our mandate is to communicate science, disseminate science, and build a scientific temper in the society by popularizing it, and also carrying out evidence-based STI policy studies to bridge the gaps between the science and society by giving the policy recommendations. Because this conference is basically on scholarly journal, I will focus myself on science communication part. In science communication, we have two parts. Basically, one is the popular science, in which we do lots of activities to popularize science, like our monthly magazines of Vigyan, Pragati, Science Reporter, Vigyan, Science Ki Dunya, etc. And also we do lots of engagement with the society through social media, electronic media, and outreach programs. But in scholarly journals, CSIR-NIScPR makes a distinct mark in Indian STI ecosystem, because for the last more than 8 decades, we are into the science scholarly publication. The first Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research started in 1942. At present, we are having 15 journals in various, I will say almost in every discipline of science technology, whether it is physical sciences, biological sciences, chemical sciences, marine sciences, natural products, traditional knowledge, engineering, material science, intellectual property rights, and so on. The beauty of our journals is that we are green access. Nowadays, we are talking a lot about open science and platinum open access, but there are hidden charges involved. Either the author has to pay or the reader has to pay. But CSIR-NIScPR has green access model, where all the our print articles and the electronic content is available on the very first day without any cost to the author or to the reader. So that means it is an open access model, open science model, which we are advocating, and we are very successfully disseminating this content across the globe without any charges to anyone. Our journals are SCI indexed, Web of Science indexed, SCI impact factor is there. We aim to make Bharat Atmanirbhar in terms of scholarly communication. And in this objective to meet, we truly require the help and support from the scientific fraternity to publish a good amount of work of quality research into our journals. So this particular workshop which we have planned, this is for Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, which is a very unique journal. It's the only journal in India which deals with marine sciences. It has a huge scope. Our young researchers can publish their research work into it. So it's very necessary that we sensitize our scientists and our academicians to encourage to publish in the Indian journals, so that we can bring our journals at the international standard. In One Nation, One Subscription, the country is spending 6,000 crore rupees just to subscribe journals from 30 publishers. So we have also become part of One Nation, One Subscription. So our content is available on our website, but also at the InflipNet website, who is hosting One Nation, One Subscription. So this marine sciences in present times particularly holds a great significance. The way Government of India is pushing blue economy, deep ocean missions, Sagarmala missions, and so on. So there is a huge scope. And when in this session, when all the institutions who are leading the research into this area and teaching into the universities, when they come at in this workshop, they will talk about various issues, various challenges what the particular discipline is facing and how we can enrich this journal. And we will be very happy to understand how can we improve. We are open to the critiquing, but also at the same time, again, I humbly submit that to run a journal, to start a journal is very easy. But to run it for a very, very long time, it's almost more than 50 years we are running this journal. To run the journal, we need the content, and the content will come from the researchers. So reviewers, authors. So we need a good ecosystem where all of us work together to bring this journal at the international level, where we can proudly say that India is Atmanirbhar in scholarly publications, and we can contribute into the nation building. With this, these few words, I once again extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests, Professor Gupta, Professor Manan, Dr. Sunil Singh, and other experts to this inaugural event of one-day workshop. Thank you so very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am, for your address and giving a brief information about what are activities done in CSIR-NIScPR to our online listeners. Now it's the time to hear our next organizer, that is Director Director of NIO, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, who is a renowned researcher in the area of geochemistry, paleoclimate, paleoceanography, neutron cycling, biogeochemistry. Before joining NIO in 2017, he was serving as a professor at Physical Research Laboratory, Ahmedabad. He is the recipient of many awards starting from National Geoscience Award in 2012 to J.C. Bose Fellowship in 2023. He has authored more than 90 research publications, fellow of 3 major academies of India, editorial members of different reputed national and international journals, member of different scientific steering committees of ocean research. So we'll be glad to hear you, sir, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh.
Thank you very much, madam. Good morning to all. Honorable Padma Shri Dr. Harsh K. Gupta ji, former Secretary, Department of Ocean Development. Now it is Ministry of Earth Science. Professor Harilal B. Menon ji, Vice Chancellor of Goa University. Professor Ranjana Agrawal ji, Director of our own sister laboratory in NIScPR. Dr. Charu Verma ji, Chief Scientist, NIScPR. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all in this one-day emerging research frontiers in marine and allied science with a spotlight on the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences workshop. Actually, initially it was planned to have this meeting in person at Goa, and we are very much excited to host the meeting, because when we are talking about Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, I think this is the place where we should have hold the meeting, but because of various reasons, everybody is aware of the war which was happening and other things, it was decided to hold online. I think it would have been very nice to have it offline, but nonetheless, I think we have to discuss, and virtually also it is quite possible to vent our feelings about the science and about the journal. Coming back to emerging research frontiers in marine and allied sciences, as you are aware, oceanography is becoming more and more important. And despite the fact that it covers, 2/3 of the global area, Earth area, and having a lot of important applications related to climate and resources and so many other things, our focus, particularly in the Indian Ocean, has quite a bit less compared to the other ocean. And still, a lot of things has to be done. because all the oceans are connected. The processes which is happening in the ocean are all interlinked, whether it is Indian Ocean or Pacific or Atlantic. So if you want to understand the oceanography in totality, the various processes which is happening in the ocean, I think we have to understand all the oceans, not only one or two. So if you see the vast Indian Ocean, which is having 71 million square kilometer of the area, not many players are there in the Indian Ocean. Whether it is talk about different aspect of oceanography, whether physics, chemistry, biology, geology, means it is very much interlinked. We know still very little, despite the fact that everything is interlinked. And in this scenario, when you are talking about utilization of ocean resources in sustainable manner, I think we have to understand the oceanographic process very, very well. And there we need to do a lot of research in the emerging field, whether it is any aspect you talk about. So whether it is ocean circulation, which is controlling the nutrient cycle, or it is controlling the oxygen of the deep water, or it is controlling the temperature of the globe, or whether it is local ocean circulation or surface circulation, which is controlling the monsoon, southwest monsoon versus northeast monsoon. I think a lot of work has to be done, and some work is in progress also. In addition to that, when you are talking about biology, I think that is a big aspect. Again, because it controls not only the ecosystem dynamics of the ocean, but it controls the weather, it controls the CO2 composition of the ocean and all those things, because productivity is determining the carbon dioxide composition of the atmosphere. And in this regard, again, I think a lot of work has to be done. In terms of biology, we know very, very little, because we have, if you think about the biodiversity, which is millions in the ocean, we know only 3 or 4% of the ocean. And when you are talking about the biotechnological aspect of the biology, when you are trying to extract the living resources of the oceanography, we have to know all the ecosystem dynamics composition, whether it is surface or benthic or planktonic, everything. I think that there a lot of work is being done, but still we have to do a lot. Again, I think we know Indian Ocean, particularly Northern Indian Ocean, it's a huge system where you have huge amount of fresh water coming, sediment coming, we have a lot of dust coming, and then we have because of low latitude boundary of the Indian Ocean, the deep ocean circulation is becoming sluggish, and because of monsoon current, productivity is more, and because combined effect of that is productivity is high, and when you have the intermediate water deoxygenation, which is means oxygen level in the intermediate water is going very, very low. So all this research activity makes it very, very important. In addition, actually, this is a conduit between Indian Ocean is conduit between Atlantic and Pacific. So water masses are coming from Atlantic, and then again surface water is coming from the Pacific, which is controlling the Indonesian through flow, which is controlling the monsoon again, intensity of monsoon. I think means processes there are many which needs to understood, and similarly when you are talking about resources, because when you are talking about ocean, blue economy becomes very, very important. And today if you see the contribution of Indian Ocean in terms of our GDP, it's not more than 3 to 4%. And when you are government is talking, India is talking about Viksit Bharat and our 5 trillion economy. Actually, yesterday we have crossed means GDP of Japan. We have taken the 4th place, but I think if you have to further go up, the blue economy has to play an important role. And blue economy, when you are talking about play important role, I think our scientific fraternity has to become an important role, because we have to understand all the resources, how to extract that, develop the technology. So when you are talking about resources, whether it is living or non-living resources, so living resources, the fishery, marine fishery, I think if it is not increasing, it is the line means catch. If you see the total fishery, I think of late it is slightly going down. I think there are a lot of things has to be done. marine fishery I'm talking about. Overall fishery in India is increasing. It has become 6 million ton and all those things. But ocean, the marine fishery, which was supposed to be about 4 million ton, I think today it is about 3.5 million ton. Maybe there may be here some uncertainty. But overall, it is going down. And I think there a lot of technological intervention is required. A lot of means we are still doing the traditional way of the fishery. And our fishermen are not equipped with the means modern gadgets. So I think there a lot of technology development is required to increase this human resource development and all the. I think huge amount of investment and scientific investment is required in this. So again, when we are talking about living resources, the means the ocean has huge amount of niche ecosystem where you can have huge amount of molecules, metabolites, which can be used for the drugs and pharmaceuticals, nutraceuticals, and all those things. I think we have done very, very little. In addition to that, when you are talking about non-living resources, we know the National Institute of Oceanography has done huge amount of work, 3 lakh square kilometer in the Central Indian Ocean. They have studied, and now we have got the premier investor tag from the International Ship Authority, and NIO is trying to develop a lot of technology to extract the polymetallic nodule. But then everything is okay. But in terms of when we were talking about oceanography, now we have to think in climate change scenario. Because climate change, the CO2 we are pumping into the atmosphere, huge amount of because of that temperature is increasing, sea surface temperature is increasing. Now the whole geochemistry, biogeochemistry is changing. So, and not only that, actually it is impacting, see, when you are increasing the temperature, the number of cyclones are increasing, the Arabian Sea is getting warmed. If you see the global temperature increasing by, surface temperature of sea is increasing by 0.1 degree. Here the Indian Ocean is increasing by 0.1 degrees, 0.15 degrees centigrade per decade, whereas Arabian Sea is increasing 0.18 degrees centigrade. So the impact will be very clearly seen because the stratification is increasing, productivity is going down. Not only that, oxygen, we were losing oxygen further, which was already means part of the ocean, it was less. So it is again impacting the biogeochemistry and all. Similarly, because of temperature rise, our deep ocean formation in the Atlantic and Pacific, Atlantic and Antarctica is going down. So the oxygen supply in the deep water is becoming very, very low, and that is going to impact all the non-living resources also. Forget about the living resources, because oxygen, if it is going to reducing condition in the deep interior, we will be losing those polymetallic nodules and all those things because they will be dissolved. So there are so many intricacies are there where a lot of things has to be done. So people are working, but this research we are trying to publish in different journals, and when we are coming back to the publication, I think there is a huge dilemma because our scientists are facing because to survive in the scientific fraternity, we need to publish more or peril, that everybody knows. But at the same time, we also have to publish in the good journal with a lot of impact factor. Now, this is working as a negative impact factor for our Indian journals. Because you see, this is the journal which means very much focusing on the Geo-Marine, this Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. The challenges is like, if Indians are not publishing, who will else publish? Even though you see the number of publications in the last few years has increased significantly. Today, the total number of scientific publications is in the world is about 3.3 million. And Indian publication has also increased to 3 lakhs. Okay, and if you see the last 10 years, the publication numbers are increasing dramatically. But everybody is pushing towards the international journal, and our Indian journal are, I think, getting suppressed because of that, because of this impact factor. We have to publish in good journal impact factor to get our recognition, and in that process, our journal, which are having low impact factor, further getting low, means going towards that. So today, when you see the our Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences have an impact factor of 0.5. Unless we start publishing, I think it will never go up. So I think we have some example in Indian Journal, like if you see our Journal of Earth System Science, I think it is at more than 2. Similarly, that one of the journal which is dealing with the remote sensing, they are doing quite well. I think they are able to publish an impact factor is, I think, more than 3. So I think if we can do consistent and sustained effort, I think it is possible to increase the citation. of our Indian journal also. We know how much problem our Indian colleagues are facing in publishing, because whatever you do, people say that it is not biased, but the whole reviewing system, whether you shall consider whenever you are publishing, submitting your paper somewhere in the international journal, that bias is always there. So why don't we increase the ecosystem of our own Indian journal? As Madam Ranjana was telling, means we have to make Atmanirbhar in publication. I think other people should look towards that. Right now, if you see the 33 lakh total publication, India is one of the standing at third, and the increase which has happened, 11% of the increase from the India. Why it is going to somewhere else? Why our Indian journals are not proliferating? I think we have to do a lot of manthan. I think if we keep on doing this type of exercise and keep on motivating our young people and all, and also our policymakers also have think into this direction, because we always count for the impact factor. If we give a little bit rebate for our young scientists or even senior scientists, I think this situation will improve. Once it goes to the positive feedback mode, I think it will suddenly increase dramatically. So I think these are some of the things which you need to do. So I will stop it here. Once again, welcome you all, and maybe one day we'll have this conference in the physical in the National Institute of Oceanography. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sunil. Thank you for raising very, very important points.
Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful remarks. You have provided a vast information related to oceanography, marine biology, atmospheric condition of Indian Ocean, and related things. I believe this will helpful for our marine research students to explore the hidden opportunities in marine and ocean research. Thank you very much again. And thank you especially for being vocal for our journal, Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. Thank you, sir. Now we have with us an academician and renowned researcher in the field of optical remote sensing of coastal and estuarine water and aerosol science, Professor Harilal B. Menon, Vice Chancellor, Goa University, as our guest of honor for today's workshop. Professor Menon has 36 years of teaching and research experience. He has many national and international publications to his credit and is serving as reviewers in many reputed international journals. Apart from being a mentor for 15 PhD students, he had played a pivotal role in conceptualizing and implementing national projects such as aerosol radiative forcing over India, network of boundary layer experiments, and satellite coastal and oceanography research. So it's time to hear Professor Menon.
Good morning, madam. Good morning to all of you. Dignitaries, Honorable Padma Shri Dr. H.K. Gupta, former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences. My colleague, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, NIO. Professor Ranjana Agarwal, Director, CSIR-NIScPR. Dr. Charu Verma. Esteemed researchers, faculty members from various higher education institutions, my dear students, it's both an honor and a privilege to be here today as the guest of honor for this important one-day workshop on emerging research frontiers in marine and allied sciences, with a special focus on the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Science. At the outset, I must congratulate the organizers for conceptualizing this timely initiative, which brings together researchers, scholars, and practitioners to deliberate on one of the most critical domains of our planet's future. Since my colleague, Professor Sunil Kumar, has already spoken on the research side and also, of course, about the journal, I would like to concentrate more on the academic aspect. The marine and allied sciences have never been more relevant than they are today. As we navigate the challenges posed by climate change, sea level rise, marine pollution, and biodiversity loss, the role of ocean science in guiding sustainable development, policy, and innovation becomes increasingly vital. Our oceans are not only a source of immense biodiversity, but also key regulators of global climate and crucial providers of food and livelihood for millions. When you look at marine and allied sciences, encompassing oceanography, marine biology, fisheries, coastal engineering, biotechnology, and climate science, are rapidly evolving in response to global challenges such as climate change, biodiversity loss, food security, and sustainable development. In fact, India, with its vast coastline and diverse marine ecosystem, has a natural advantage and responsibility in advancing marine science. We must continue to invest in research that addresses both foundational and applied aspects, ranging from marine biotechnology, aquaculture, and coastal geosciences to ocean modeling and ecosystem resilience. In fact, today's workshop gains added significance through its association with the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Science, which is a respected platform for disseminating quality research in this domain. I am glad to note that the journal continues to uphold high standards, but however, as Professor Sunil Kumar said that the impact factor is still 0.5. Therefore, to increase the impact factor, it is the responsibility of all researchers from India, because quality work has to go to this journal, and that would make the journal to be one of the best in the world. So let us work in that direction, and to achieve that, again, from NISPR, you have to take certain initiative, and especially, it has to get a visibility both in the country and across the boundaries of our Indian continent. As a Vice Chancellor, I strongly believe that universities must serve as a catalyst of interdisciplinary research. In fact, marine science is inherently interdisciplinary. It intersects with geology, biology, chemistry, physics, environmental science, and even social sciences, and of course, policy. Platforms such as this workshop are vital in fostering the integrative spirit. Since interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research lies at the heart of India's educational transformation, as you all know that, we have, unveiled National Education Policy 2020, and I'm very happy to tell you that Goa University is one among the few universities to implement NEP-based curriculum in almost all the format, in the sense that undergraduate general education, master's general education, undergraduate technical education, master's technical education, and of course at the doctoral level too. Therefore, NEP 2020 vision a paradigm shift. In today's world, real world problems do not fall neatly within the disciplinary boundaries. For example, climate change, biodiversity loss, ocean acidification, marine plastic pollution, these are complex systemic challenges. So addressing them requires collaboration between natural sciences, social sciences, technology, policy, and humanities. So NDP 2020 explicitly encourages such integrative approaches. At our university, we have taken this mandate very seriously. We have revised our curriculum to promote cross-listed electives, project-based learning, and thematic clusters that bridge disciplines. Let us look at marine and allied sciences as an opportunity for transdisciplinary approach. The field of marine and allied sciences offers a powerful lens to implement this vision. Consider this, for example, understanding ocean climate interactions that requires expertise in physical oceanography, atmospheric science, and mathematical modeling. Similarly, sustainable aquaculture draws from biology, in fact, engineering, economics, and ethics. Coastal zone management integrates geology, GIS, environmental law, and community engagement. By embedding emerging research frontiers such as blue carbon ecosystems, marine biotechnology, deep sea exploration, and ocean data science into our curriculum, we are creating platforms where students and researchers can collaborate across disciplines and respond to global challenges with the local relevance. Because we need to see that the aspirations of the local populace is taken care, and the demands of the nation is fulfilled. So if you look at the undergraduate level, for example, introduction of multidisciplinary foundation courses, research internships, and flexible credit systems enabling students to choose modules from marine ecology, environmental policy, data science, or entrepreneurship. At the master's level, launching interdisciplinary master's program in coastal sustainability, marine resources management, and ocean technology with hands-on research embedded. And when we come to technical education, our engineering and technology departments are integrating marine robotics, remote sensing, sensor design, and ocean energy systems into curriculum and capstone projects. University support for transdisciplinary research is as follows. To sustain the momentum, what we do is that establishing centers of excellence and research clusters that bring together faculty from diverse disciplines, creating shared research infrastructure, including simulation labs, ocean data repositories, and field research stations, encouraging students to take part in solving hackathons, climate action projects, and field-based learning along our coast. Therefore, towards an ocean literature and future-ready India, as we implement NEP 2020, let us remember that our success lies not in ticking boxes, but in building a culture of inquiry, innovation, and integration. Marine and allied sciences offer us not just academic content, but a context that connects science with society, technology with tradition, and education with ethics. Let us embrace this opportunity to prepare future-ready graduates and globally competitive researchers who can protect our oceans, sustain our coasts, and lead us into a more resilient and sustainable future. I urge all participants who joined online, faculty members, researchers, and students to engage actively, to explore novel ideas, and to build lasting collaborations. Let us aim not just to understand our oceans, but also to protect and sustainably harness their resources for the well-being for our future generations. Therefore, in closing, I once again commend the organizers, resource persons, and contributors to this workshop. May today's deliberations be both intellectually enriching and impactful in shaping future directions in marine and allied sciences, and let the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Science take a pivotal role in disseminating knowledge coming out from these interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary approach. Let our journal, Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Science, the flag of that, fly high in the years to come. Thank you, and I wish the workshop great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. You have touched different aspects of programs that are conducted at your university, starting from engineering, science and technology, policy, multidisciplinary master programs, etc. This will be very helpful for our online students that those are connected for this workshop. Also, we are very thankful for your support to our journal, IJMS. Thank you very much, sir. Now is the time to listen our most awaited chief guest, Padma Shri Honorable Dr. Professor Harsh K. Gupta, former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences, a famous geoscientist. He was served as the Director of National Geophysical Research Institute, Hyderabad. He was a part of many important programs like Indian Tsunami Warning System, Low Temperature Thermal Desalination, Legal Continental Shelf. He was the leader of the 3rd Indian Scientific Expedition to Antarctica. He served as President and Vice President of different commissions set up by Government of India and member of different scientific committees. Apart from being a good researcher, he has proved himself as a very good administrator, as Director of NGRI and Vice Chancellor of Cochin University of Science and Technology. He was conferred with many national and international awards like Santishwara Bhatnagar Prize, National Mineral Award, C.V. Raman Lectureship, IGU Millennium Award, Padma Shri in 2000, 2006, Oxford Gold Medal of the Asia Oceanics Geosciences Society, and many more. Professor Gupta is the first so far and the only scientist from the developing world to be awarded with Waldo E. Smith Medal by American Geophysical Union. With this brief introduction, let us welcome our chief guest, Professor Harsh K. Gupta. Sir, we'll be delighted to hear you.
A very good morning to all of you, and I'm delighted to be with you today, and such a pleasure to be here. And I heard Professor Menon, he spoke so well about university education, and Sunil Kumarji gave a view of the things that are happening. And Rajna Agrawal gave some introduction about the total what we wish to do. I would start my talk by complimenting Rajna Agrawalji, because it was not an easy job to bring NISCAR and NISTAT together in 2021. That happened on 14th of January. And over the 4.5 years, she has done wonderfully well. I'm really proud of her of doing all these things. I'm also very happy to see that today the focus is on emerging research frontiers in marine and allied sciences and spotlight on the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. So I think I'll try to give a way to improve or to do things for the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences so that it prospers. I had provided a PPT. Can I get that PPT on the screen? So basically, in this PPT, I'm talking about a few interesting things which have happened in the first 25 years of the 21st century. If you look at it, can we move to the next one? Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out that some of the great things which happened in these first 25 years. We discovered many marine archaeological sites on both sides of India. Then a lot of work was done on the legal continent shelf, which provided a base map which can bring an additional 0.8 million square kilometer of exclusive economic zone to India. Then we set up the first low temperature thermal desalination plant globally of 100,000 liters a day capacity. And then we all remember that on 26 December 2004, we were hit by a tremendous tsunami. At that time, tsunami was not even known in India. And we lost some 15,000 people in India. Over the whole Southeast Asia, more than 250,000 people were lost. And then India took the lead for setting up the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System, which is considered among the best in the world today. Then a lot of work has been done on gas hydrates. Now, globally, I think gas hydrates are not being focused upon because there's plenty of energy sources available to the people. But as far as India is concerned, if we look within our exclusive economic zone, we have got adequate gas hydrates which can meet all our needs for more than 100 years. There are many more things like building of the ships. 5 or 6 new ships were acquired within 2000 in the last few years. So these are all very important things, and which I'm going to take up one by one. Can I go to the next slide? So let's go to the new archaeological sites. Next one. So on the both sides of India, several sites have been found. Next one. And then some surveys were being conducted in the Gulf of Cambay. And when we were working there, we discovered some structures, some formations, which did not appear to be natural. Next slide. And you see on the top, you can see that we found these kind of structures. They were at a depth of about 10 to 12 meters only. And it looked as if there were structures and samples were collected from these structures, and they were dated, and the date was from 8,000 to 15,000 BC. Also, no metal was used, and they were all aligned on two sides as if a river was flowing, and there was some habitation on the two sides of that. Now, you see, in 2001, we had the Bhuj earthquake, which create a vertical displacement of almost 1 meter. In 1819, there was a Kutch earthquake, which created a 6-meter vertical displacement. And there is a Allah Band, which is very famous, which runs into several tens of kilometers, height of 6 meters. So, Ranjanaji, what I'm trying to tell, that suppose we had some locality close to Bombay, you must also see that on the west coast, we have got very shallow shelf. And some 15,000 BC, there was no water. It was all land extending to almost 200 kilometers west of the west coast. So there must have been some structures, people living, and some earthquake or some such natural tragedy must have dipped them by about 6-7 meters, and the water must have come in, and everything is intact. So these are very important findings archaeologically, and a lot of more work has been done in that direction. Next slide. Now let me talk of the exclusive economic zone. You see, India has a continental area of about 3 million square kilometers, and we have got exclusive economic zone of 2 million square kilometers. And under UNCLOS, there is a way in which you can go beyond the exclusive economic zone. And for that, you have to do a lot of research. You have to show that the sediments, which are at X distance, are 0.1% or that is something which has come from your land. So, next one. In that way, we carried out a lot of surveys during 2002 to 2004. And if we look at the next slide. Next slide, please. So during this year, I'm very proud that NIO, NGRI, both CSIR laboratory with NCAOR, which is now NCPOR, there were 40 scientists, some 7 national organizations. So we covered 31,000 land kilometers of multi-channel seismic reflection, gravity, and magnetic data, bathymetric data along 42 predetermined profiles and of Indian economic zone, and 100 ocean bottom pressure recorders, seismometers were operated. You see, all this work was done by about 50 people from 7 organizations, all coordinated by NIO, NGRI, and NCOR. And next one, that produced the results of all the data which we were collecting all these years. And these data, next one, this area gave the basis that the 2 hatched areas on the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal show the
come, boss, come. Excellent. What is it? युवा विज्ञान रत्न अवार्ड वही मैं देख रहा हूँ वही तुम्हें देख रहा था कि क्या चीज है ये Oh, very nice, boss. Excellent. So nice. No.
Dr. Vineet, can you please kindly mute yourself?
नहीं यार मैं इतना बड़ा नहीं हूँ मेरी एज कम है यार मैं 2
Muted. Your mic is muted.
Sir, Gupta sir,
Yeah.
you are muted.
Yeah, but can you go? Can you go to full screen? Yeah. So these are the 2 areas which could be a part of exclusive economic zone extended shelf, and they are about 0.8 million square kilometers. So imagine, Ranjanaji, that we will be adding to 2 million square kilometers, 0.8 million square kilometers. No other science activity of the country, no other department has provided such a big service to our country, which can extend our jurisdiction by almost 20%. So this is a tremendous thing, and I'm very grateful and happy that all this was done by earth scientists, by ocean scientists. Next slide. Now, this is something which we are very proud of. This is an experiment which was carried out at NIOT. And the concept is this, that in the tropic oceans, the surface water is 24-25 degrees Celsius. You can flash evaporate that ocean water and under vacuum, and then you can bring cold water from down below, from depth of 500 kilometers. which is cold, and you can condense this and you get potable water. So this concept is not new, it is very old, but NIOT, National Institute of Ocean Technology, conducted an experiment where they put up a plant, next slide, of 5,000 liters per day capacity. And this operated for several months and showed the efficacy of this approach. Having encouraged by that, next one, we then started looking that where we could put first such plant. And finally, in Lakshadweep Island, we found that Kavarati would be an ideal place. And here on this basis, because you see, the place should be close to the land and also the ocean should go deep so that within a short distance, you can go to deep water. So finally, this site, after a lot of survey, was found to be very suitable. Next slide. And this is a concept of this deep plant. Here is the flash chamber. The water is collected from depth. It is brought to this, and then we flash evaporate it, and then we bring the cold water from down below and condense it, and you get the potable water. Next slide, please. So this first plant of its kind anywhere in the world was completed in 2004. It has a capacity of 100,000 liters a day. And at that time, we had spent 7 crores on this total thing. And we had estimated that if it plant works for the next 10 years, the cost of water per liter would be around 14 paisa. This plant has worked uninterrupted from 2004 to 2025. What has happened? That it generates about 100,000 liters of water. The population of Kavarati is just 10,000 people. So they get 10 liters of water per person per day. And they had never had potable water. And the cases in the hospitals have dropped to less than 1/2 because most of the people were having waterborne diseases. Following this, many more such plants have been set up in Kavarati. I'm very hopeful that this technique can also be used for converting the wastewater of our fertilizer plants and many other things which we just throw away. Also, what happens that it is the rule that whatever water we dispose of, it should be on the ambient temperature. But it's very difficult to bring temperature from 45, 50 degrees to 20, 25 degrees, and some way it is being disposed of. But we can use that water at 50, 55 degrees Celsius, flash evaporate it in a vacuum chamber, and use the surface water of 25, 30 degrees Celsius to condense it. And this is something which I'm hoping to happen sooner or later. I've been waiting for it. Next slide, please. Next. So anyway, these are some of the many things which have been done. Can we change the slide? Go to the next one. These are some of the many things, and you see, I've only reported things about which I'm familiar. Now, Sunil Singh has told so many other things which have happened in the recent past, and similarly, Dr. Menon also mentioned about many things. So I'm very sure that a lot of innovation and new things have happened in the last 24 or 25 years of this century. So my end slide, which is not coming for some reason, I don't know. But in the end slide, I was just trying to propose that what the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences do, that they can make a program that in 2025, towards the end of it, they will bring out a special issue, which will focus on all the developments done in the first quarter of the 21st century in India. And they will invite people from all over India who have specialized in these disciplines. And they will be, I think, happy to write the kind of papers that you request them. And then that will give an impetus to this journal. And you can bring out a special issue with 25, 30 papers, all contributed by senior persons like Sunil Singh, and I saw Ramesh and Charu Verma, everyone in their own disciplines. So that will give a boost to Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences tremendously. So it is a way that I thought I will share with you and suggest that what we can do to improve the lot of the Indian Journal of Marine Geoscience, Geo-Marine Sciences. It is indeed a pleasure for me, Ranjanaji, to be with you this morning and take part in this very important one-day national workshop for emerging research frontiers in marine and life sciences, and with a special emphasis on the Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. So I think a lot of work has been done, and if we put our all heads together and effort, you can really have a quantum jump in the quality of publication of the journal, and that will be very helpful for the entire marine science community of the country. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you very much, sir. We were for exposing us to the science, marine science, which has happened in 25 years, the kind of achievements. I think the slide which has been frozen. It's because of the importance of the project, that 1,000 liters per day capacity at TTD plant still operating
100,000.
100,000, yes, 100,000. So still working in operation at Kavaratti. So I think it's a marvelous achievement which has been done under your guidance. And recently we have been into the Andaman-Nicobar for dissemination of CSIR technologies. We are trying to create some rural livelihood. So how CSIR technologies can help. And there, authorities came forward. And they are saying many of the islands of Andaman, Nicobar Islands, people are leaving those islands. They are very, very, small, staggered islands. And little inhabitations, which is there, people are, trying to, are running away from them. And then the main problem is the water. So they were interested in the CSIR technologies, where desalination of marine water can happen.
Right.
We showcased a couple of technologies with them, but I think we will talk about this particular project so that it's in operation. So the Andaman Nicobar government can have a look into that and can replicate at Andaman also.
Ranjana, you see, since the slides got stuck, I forgot to mention about the tsunamis. So I'll just take 3 or 4 minutes more. So what happened on 26th of December 2004, a magnitude 9.2 earthquake occurred in Sumatra that generated a tsunami that swept the entire Southeast Asia, and India lost around 15,000 lives, and total lives lost were about 250,000. So there was a question that there was no tsunami warning system in the Indian Ocean. And at that time, there were offers from various other agencies, and they were saying that it will cost you 1,000 crores to set up such a system. Now, my problem with all this was that very often there were false alarms being given of the tsunami by the Japan Meteorological Agency and the Pacific Tsunami Warning System, and we depended on those alarms. And we evacuated people, and those tsunamis will not occur, not happen. And you see, you move people 2 or 3 times, they will never move later on. So when this discussion was taking place in Paris, it was a meeting of the International Oceanography Commission. There are about 200 countries participating. And there I said that we don't accept this kind of a system. We should be able to tell whether a tsunami is occurring or not in real time. And we can do that because we had recognized that in Indian Ocean, there are only 2 areas which can host tsunami-genic earthquakes. This is a stretch of 4,000 kilometers from Andaman Nicobar to Sumatra, 4,000 kilometers, and another is in the north part of the Arabian Sea of Makran coast, about 1,000 square kilometers. So if you put ocean bottom pressure recorders in the immediate vicinity of these tsunami-genic zones, after the earthquake occurs, the location of the earthquake takes place hardly few minutes. But whether this earthquake has generated a tsunami or not is not known till the waves generated by the tsunami reach the coast. So if you put the ocean bottom pressure recorders, you see in the ocean, on the surface, there may be 10, 15 meters waves, but at a depth of 2 kilometers, so it is very quiet. But in a tsunami, the entire column is oscillating. So if an earthquake has occurred and it has generated a tsunami, the ocean bottom pressure recorders will pick it up. So finally, when we were talking in Paris, people did not accept it. So they were given a time that Dr. Gupta has told something, so let's take a break for 15 days and let us find if we can find one source which has caused a tsunami and which does not belong to these two areas for the Indian Ocean. So second meeting was held in Mauritius, and in that meeting, no one was able to give a source. That's where they accepted what we had told, and that led us to setting up of Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning System, which is now considered among the best in the world. It is now doing the work for the entire Indian Ocean. We are providing this tsunami warnings for the entire Indian Ocean rim countries. So that's a very major service that India has done. And that comes from ocean sciences. So you should be very proud that you have this Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. All these things, the work that has been done in the first quarter of the 21st century, if it is properly highlighted, then that issue of the journal will be sought after by the whole global community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. We will be very happy to bring out a special issue of Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Science, focusing on 25 years of 21st century, the achievements which we have done. And we will request you that please guide us to, curate this special issue. So under your guidance, we would like to do this. And today, the best of the minds in Geo-Marine Sciences are with us. So I think if we all are committed, we can bring out a very special edition of Geo-Marine Science in 2026 beginning. So that's my humble request to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for excellent contribution to the society. And your suggestions for the journal. We're highly privileged to hear you. Now is the any questions? You can do questions. Okay. Okay. So let's give all our speakers a huge round of applause. So at the end of this session, I would like to invite Dr. Charu Verma, Chief Scientist, Head Research Journal Division at CSIR-NIScPR, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Pushpanjali. Respected distinguished guests, our chief guest for the workshop, Dr. Harsh K. Gupta, former Secretary, Ministry of Earth Sciences. Guest of honor, Professor Harilal B. Menon, Vice Chancellor of Goa University. Our collaborator, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, CSIR-NIO. And our Director, Professor Ranjana Agarwal ma'am. All the seniors, colleagues from CSIR-NIScPR and CSIR family, ACCR students, postgraduates and doctoral scholars, researchers, scientists, faculty members and professionals in the field of marine and allied sciences. All the participants who are also attending online, a very good morning to everyone. It is a great honor and privilege to deliver this vote of thanks on behalf of CSIR-NIScPR for this one-day national workshop on emerging research frontiers in marine and allied sciences with spotlight on Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. And this has been in collaboration with CSIR-National Institute of Oceanography, CSIR-NIO. Now, the objective we have already kind of seen from all the distinguished guests, the way they talk about this, which is basically highlighting the emerging key research areas and catalyze new ideas and future directions for the interdisciplinary, collaborative and impactful R&D in marine and allied sciences. And also to promote our national policies like One Science and, owners, and also Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. So first and foremost, I express our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Dr. Harsh K. Gupta, former Secretary MOS. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence and thought-provoking address, and especially for kind of guiding us for this special issue, which is going to be on the happening in the 21st century in the geomarine sciences and the allied sciences area. And it is very important for advancing the marine research in India, as you are saying that this is going to be sought after issue globally. So thank you very much, sir, for guiding for that. A heartfelt thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Harilal B. Menon, Vice Chancellor of Goa University, for gracing us with his keynote address and sharing valuable insights on the evolving landscape of marine and allied sciences and how your various courses are kind of shaping this in this particular domain. So thank you so much, sir. We are deeply grateful to Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR-NIO, for his encouraging address and unwavering support to this initiative. And sir, we would definitely take the collaboration offline as well, as we were planning initially. But yeah, we made it online, which is still quite productive. Thank you so much, sir. Our sincere, heartfelt gratitude to Professor Ranjana Agarwal, ma'am, Director CSIR-NIScPR, for her vision, welcome address, and the continuous guidance in strengthening the national's science communication and policy research ecosystem, and also open access to scholarly research journals and the related initiatives. We are equally thankful to, I think, the Research Council, who, rightly approved this outreach activities. And this is one of the initiatives which is going to be used for outreach of all our 15 research journals, as rightly said by ma'am, in various disciplines of SNT. And we are not majorly, we are majorly into each and every discipline of SNT. We also extend our thanks to all our distinguished speakers who would be enriching with the technical sessions during the day later. Dr. Nirmala Majumdar, he is basically going to talk on fostering indigenous scholarly publishing. Dr. Dinesh Vele, who is basically editor of Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, and also behind the successful implementation of this or organization of this workshop, along with the Associate Editor Dr. Subarastogi. Dr. Bhavna Khanna, who is going to share the effective strategies for scholarly writing and communication. Professor Devika P. Madali for a stimulating invited talk on the open science and the One Nation, One Subscription initiative. We are especially thankful to Dr. S. Satish Chandra Shenoy for chairing the Leaders Dialogue, and to our eminent panelists Dr. G.V.M. Gupta, Dr. Vineet Kumar Gahlot, Dr. S. Ramesh, Dr. Rahul Mohan, Dr. Mangesh Yugons, and Dr. Rekha Jenai for offering compelling perspective on policy leadership. We are indebted to the CSIR-NIO team, though we could not go there offline, but they were there throughout the conceptualization of this workshop, and which is the team headed by Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director NIO, Dr. Neetu S, Senior Principal Scientist and the Nodal Coordinator from NIO for this workshop, Dr. Mani Murli R, Senior Principal Scientist Coordinator from NIO for workshop, Dr. Yatish, he is Head IT NIO, Director Office NIO, and also Director Office CSIR-NIScPR, and Shri Ashok Kajul, who is COFA in NIO. I would like to thank and congratulate Dr. Dinesh and Dr. Shubha for their efforts for this workshop, and a very big thank to all our participants, the scientists, researchers, and scholars who have been associated with this online as well as offline for their very enthusiastic participation and engagement. And this presence has definitely made this workshop a more meaningful forum for the dialogue, learning, and collaboration. And our constant support is there from our finance, administration, store and purchase, canteen, infrastructure, and director office. Last but not the least, I would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all our organizing team, the technical staff, and everyone who was actually working behind the scenes and ensured the seamless execution of this event. So I would like to mention the core organizing committee, which is headed by our director, ma'am. And the convener is Dr. Arvind Meena. And thank you to the technical program invitations team, Dr. Dinesh and Dr. Subha. The publicity, social media coverage and press committee, Dr. Manish Gore and Dr. Burman. The IT streaming headed by me, because I look after IT also, Mitali, Ms. Shri Abhay and Pavan. Catering transport, Dr. Nand Kumar Sahu, and also Dr. Anil Kumar Khushwa. And the kits and mementos, Pushpanjali, Meherwan, and our administration, purchase, and Shri Mandeep Singh ji, and designing and printing, Shri Ashwini Kumar ji and Abhinav Raj, and our administration staff. So kindly forgive me if I just forgot to mention anyone. So I would like to thank each and everyone once again, and congratulations to the whole organizing team for the successful implementation of this workshop. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gupta. Thank you, Professor Menon. Thank you, Dr. Sunil Kumar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Thank you all. Now I'm requesting you all to stand
Thank
up
you to
for
Pushpanjali also.
National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you all. We'll be back with the next session at 11:35.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back to our next session. This session will have a special talk followed by two technical sessions. Uh, Without any delay, let us proceed to the special talk by Dr. Nirmalya Matar, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR-NIScPR, and Editor, Indian Journal of Chemistry. Dr. Majumdar extensively on bioorganic modeling of active site chromophores of the protein and the halobacterial photosynthetic protein during his doctoral research at IIT Bombay. After completing his postdoctoral studies at Georgetown University, USA, he was associated with pharmaceutical industry in various capacities. He has research experience in process chemistry, new chemical research, manufacture of active pharmaceutical ingredients. He joined CSIR in 2005 as Associate Editor of Indian Journal of Chemistry Section B. Later served as the editor from 2010 to 2021. Since January 2022, Indian Journal of Chemistry Section A and Section B have been combined to the single journal, Indian Journal of Chemistry. Dr. Majumdar is presently serving as the scientific editor of the journal. Now we will be talking on the contribution of CSIR-NIScPR in fostering indigenous scholarly publishing. Let us welcome Dr. Majumdar.
Good morning to all. We are very fortunate this morning to have a galaxy of the most eminent people who have come here, joined our workshop, led by Sri Dr. Harsh K. Gupta, former Secretary MOES, Professor Hiralal B. Menon, Vice Chancellor, Goa University, Professor Ranjana Agarwal, Director CSIR-NIScPR, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR-NIO, other eminent persons online and offline, students, staff, distinguished faculty of various institutes, universities, and colleagues from CSIR-NIScPR and CSIR-NIO. A very hearty welcome to all. This morning I am going to speak on the contribution of CSIR-NIScPR in fostering indigenous scholarly publishing. So we have at CSIR-NIScPR research publications, peer-reviewed journals, about 15 in number. This is our institute. It has a storied history. You can see the building here. As you can see, this building, it has a storied history. Once we enter inside the building, we find a very gleaming and new everything, recently renovated. But the institute is old. As it is said, old is gold. So as we go into the research journal activities, we'll find out. As I mentioned, the institute started in 1951. So it is a long legacy. It started as the Publications and Information Directorate under the CSIR headquarters, PID for short. As well as we had another sister institute under CSIR, that was the Indian National Scientific Documentation Center, INSDOC for short, that was started in 1952. In 1996, the PID was upgraded to a full-fledged institute instead of a directorate. The National Institute of Science Communication, NISCOM for short. In 2002, the NISCOM merged with INSDOC to form a new institute, CSIR-NIScPR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Information Resources. And finally, in 2021, NIScPR merged with NISTADS, National Institute of Science, Technology and Development Studies, together with NIScPR, and it formed CSIR-NISpR, that is CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research. So this is our storied and glorious history. So the research journals at CSIR-NIScPR are all on the online journal system platform, and they are all peer-reviewed, fully open access, and they are the globally recognized platform for publishing quality science. Most of the journals, they bring out special issues on of contemporary relevance. All the published articles have DOI assigned to them, and all the research journals are available in the Directory of Open Access Journals, or DOAJ. The last two points, that is the DOI assignment and the DOAJ inclusion, have been done in the last few years, and all the journals have taken these up very rapidly. Also, this activity of our 15 peer-reviewed journals, it is very much in line with the recently announced initiative of the government, which is called the One Nation, One Subscription policy. So this One Journal, One Subscription policy involved that 30 major international journals and publishers have been included, including CSIR-NISpR. Now, most of these, as it was pointed out by our Honorable Director, Ranjana ji, that there is an expenditure of 6,000 crores annual expenditure on the most of the foreign journal subscriptions. But I'm proud to say that our NIScPR journals, these 15 of them, they are accessible free of cost to everyone who wants to access them all over the world. That is, global access is there, and we don't charge anything, neither from the subscribers nor from the authors. The online journals are available completely free of cost. So these are our 15 journals. As we can see from the chart, about 7 of them are monthly, 3 of them are bi-monthly, and 3 again are quarterly, and there is one half-yearly journal. All the journals have their editors mentioned against them. And I would just point to the last one, 15th. It's a very unique journal, Bharatiya Vigyanik Evam Audyogik Anusandhan Patrika. It's perhaps, to my knowledge, the only peer-reviewed journal that is coming out in Hindi. And this is brought out by our institute. And the rest of them are, of course, as you can see, they cover almost each and every aspect of science. So we have the journals divided into the physical and chemical sciences, biological and life sciences, and the library and interdisciplinary sciences. So under the physical and chemical sciences, we have 6 journals. Under the biological and life sciences, we have 4 journals. And under library and interdisciplinary science, we have 5 journals. So the physical and chemical sciences journals comprise the following journals. We have the Indian Journal of Chemistry, Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Physics, Indian Journal of Fiber and Textile Research, Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, Indian Journal of Engineering and Material Sciences, and Indian Journal of Chemical Technology. So you can see the history of all the journals here. Some started in 1963, Indian Journal of Chemistry, for example. IJPAP started in 59, IJFTR started in 76, IJMS started in 1972, in IJEMS since 1994, and IJCT since 1994. And as far as IJC is concerned, actually in 1976 it was split into IJC-A and IJC-B, and then again back again in 2022, IJC-A and IJC-B were again merged back into IJC. Among the biological and life sciences journals, we have IJEB, started in 1963, IJ-NPR started in 2002, IJTK, Indian Journal of Traditional Knowledge, started in 2002, IJBB, or Indian Journal of Biochemistry and Biophysics, started in 1964. And Indian Journal of Biotechnology used to be there, which was merged with IJBB in 2022. As far as the library and interdisciplinary science journals are concerned, we have JSIR since 1942. So this is the oldest journal, peer-reviewed journal of CSIR. This was even before India gained independence, since 1942, and till date, it's been continuously in publication, print as well as online since the last decade or so. So it's a legacy journal of CSIR, the oldest one. And we have the Journal of Scientific Temper, perhaps among the youngest, started in 2013. As I mentioned, Bharatiya Vaigyanik Evam Audhyogik Anusandhan Patrika is a unique position among the journals since 1993. Journal of Intellectual Property Rights since 1996 to present. Intellectual property is not strictly a scientific discipline, so that's why we have said that interdisciplinary science, so it comes under that. And then we have similarly Annals of Library and Information Studies, or ALIS. Again, ALIS has a storied history since 1954. It started, so from 1954 to 64, it was Annals of Library Science. From 1964 onwards, till 2001, it was Annals of Library Science and Documentation, and since 2001, it is known as Annals of Library and Information Studies. So again, that's a quarterly journal. Yeah, so we have the details of the metrics of these journals. One by one, I will go through them. In the physical and chemical sciences, we have, for example, Indian Journal of Chemistry. We can see the scope on the left-hand side of the screen. The impact factor of IJC-A and IJC-B were individually up to 2001 were 0.4 and 0.5 respectively. The current impact factor of the combined journal, that is Indian Journal of Chemistry, is 0.5. So we find all the data of all the journals here, and the recent current data from 2022 after the merger. At the bottom of the slide, we see that we have a consistent rejection rate, and there has been some ups and downs in the inflow of the manuscripts. That was because since 2022, after the merger, the journal was taken off the indexing of Clarivate. So there was a dip in the inflow of the manuscripts because the authors had some apprehension that it has been taken off from indexing. But anyway, it has rebounded in 2024, as we can see, since it was again taken into the indexing. And since 2024, we are again seeing a rise in the number of inflow of the journals, manuscripts. So, and we hope that it will regain its leading position among the Indian journals. So on the right-hand side bottom, we see the distribution of the topics under which we get the most of the submissions. For example, a big chunk is taken by synthesis, followed by phytochemicals, inorganic and nuclear chemistry, water treatment, and several others, as we can see. Similarly, Indian Journal of Chemical Technology, if we see on the left-hand side, we have the scope of the journal and the impact factor 0.57. In its category, a fairly good impact factor among the publications from India. And we find that consistently it has a good inflow of fresh manuscripts and a consistent rejection rate. Most of our NISPR journals, we have a fairly high rejection rate to maintain the quality. And as we can see, the top cited topics here, the big chunk taken by water treatment, corrosion and deposition chemistry, spectrometry and separation catalysis, synthesis, and several others in lesser amounts. And special issues also brought out, two special issues, one in 2021 and another in 22. Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Physics. It has been quite a legacy journal. We have the scope given here in the left-hand side bottom, impact factor 0.6. Again, the rejection rate has been consistently high in spite of the good amount of inflow of papers. And we find that big chunk taken by physical chemistry, surprisingly, or it could be chemical physics probably. Then we have ionic and molecular and complex liquids, luminescence, applied physics, thermoelectric materials, and then several others, nuclear physics and so forth. And special issues brought out in 2020, two of them, and 2023, another three of them brought out. So almost regularly, this journal has been bringing out special issues, dedicated issues. And then the next one, Indian Journal of Engineering and Material Science. We see the scope on the left-hand side, impact factor 0.87, quite a good impact factor, considering it as an Indian publication. Among the Indian publications, it's a high impact factor. And as we see, the rejection rate quite high, inflow also quite high. And it's a big chunk of the inflow of the papers is taken by metallurgical engineering, then electrochemistry, applied physics, photocatalysis, manufacturing, inorganic and nuclear engineering, water treatment, and concrete science, catalysis, ceramics. So we have material science as well as engineering manuscripts coming from both the fields. And special issues brought out, two of them brought out in 2020, two of them brought out in 2022, and two special issues brought out in 2023, so quite consistent. And Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. Earlier it used to be known as Indian Journal of Marine Sciences, and then the name was changed to make it more inclusive. The name was changed to Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. So it has two major sub sections, as we can say, or sub units. Like we have the marine science, which involves the marine biology aspect, and we have the geomarine aspect, which is the physical oceanography and climate and other such. As you can see the scope on the left-hand side: marine science, geoscience, climate change, oceanography, physical and chemical oceanography, biological, geological, and satellite studies, micropaleontology, marine archaeology, marine geotechnics, etc. Impact factor 0.43. Dr. Dinesh Velip will be going deeper into the aspects of this journal. It's a very promising journal. Today's workshop is dedicated to this journal. And we can see the impact factor and the inflow of journals. So we have a large number of indexing agencies indexing this particular journal. And we have special issues brought out in 2021, 22, and 24. So the very large chunk, more than 50%, maybe 60%, is devoted to marine biology. Then we have the rest of it to oceanography, meteorology, atmospheric, herbicide, pesticides, ocean dynamics, etc. So we have the physical oceanography part clearly demarcated, and we have the marine biology part also clearly demarcated here. Indian Journal of Fiber and Textile Research, the scope is given on the left-hand side. Impact factor 0.6, and it is the indexing agency is also listed here. Again, quite consistent in its rejection rate, good inflow of papers. Some of these journals, like IJFTR, I should mention that these belong to the niche area, and running journals in the niche area is a real challenge to the editors. So they have kept up with the challenge, and the journal is continuing in a very nice way. Special issues brought out in 2022 and 2024. Then we have the Biological and Life Sciences, 4 journals. Indian Journal of Experimental Biology, the scope is given on the left-hand side, indexed by several indexing agencies given bottom on the left side. Special issues brought out in, 2 of them brought out in 2020, 2 of them brought out in 2021, again 2 brought out in 2022, 2 brought out in 2023, so very consistent, and 2024 1 issue. And again, we have very high inflow of papers and a fairly high level of rejection also. A very large chunk of the inflow is devoted to phytochemicals, then crop science, entomology, the study of insects, plant pathology, marine biology, neuroscience, and several others. Indian Journal of Biochemistry and Biophysics, the scope is given on the left-hand side, and as we see, the impact factor is 1.5. It is the highest among the NISPR journals, among the 15 journals. Currently, IJEB and IJBB, these life science journals, they have consistently high impact factor. Generally, they maintain that. So several special issues brought out in 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And we have a very high inflow of papers in this journal. Since 2022, the IJBT, or Indian Journal of Biotechnology, also merged with IJBB and indexed by most of the major indexing agencies. If you see the top cited topics, the largest chunk taken by chemicals, crop science, microbial biotechnology, photoproductivity, molecular and cell biology, lipids, and several others. So one thing to note with all our journals is that they, each of the journals in their own respective area, they cover almost most of the current, the topics. Indian Journal of Traditional Knowledge, a very interesting journal in our bouquet of 15 journals, because traditional knowledge, it sort of encompasses all aspects of knowledge, technology, science, etc. And there is no fixed boundaries that, okay, this is what we have to publish and this is what we cannot publish. We see the scope. If we see I will read out the scope: anthropology, botany, ethnobotany, ethnopharmacology, geography, history, linguistics, medicine, philosophy, sociology, wildlife conservation. So it's a very broad, coverage of the various areas of traditional knowledge. Impact factor 0.7. Fairly, it's appreciable. It's quite a high impact factor for an Indian publication, and a very, very high inflow of papers, as we can see from the graph. And again, to maintain the stringent quality, we have again a very, very high rejection rate, also consistently, hovering around 90 plus. And very large chunk of traditional knowledge articles devoted to phytochemicals, followed by crop science and food science and technology, and several others. I think that's already what we mentioned in the scope. Indexed by the major indexing agencies. and special issues brought out in 2020 and 2024. Indian Journal of Natural Products and Resources, the scope is given on the left-hand side, impact factor 0.7, quite good for an Indian journal. As we see again, very high inflow of papers and consistently high rejection rate. Special issues brought out in 2023 and 24. And among the top cited topics, we have a big chunk devoted to synthesis, followed by geochemistry, geophysics, and geology, bibliometric and cytometric research, integrity, food science, technology, etc. And among the library interdisciplinary sciences, 5 journals. The scope is given on the Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research. The scope is given on the left-hand side, impact factor 0.7. And we have, again, a very high flow of papers and a very high, consistently high rejection rate. And in Journal of Scientific and Industrial Research, actually it encompasses everything what we know as science and what we know as engineering and what we know as technology, all the STEM subjects, in fact, including mathematics, computer science, etc. So it has a very vast scope and area. So all kinds of papers we get, and so the rejection inflow and rejection rate also very high. So it's a challenge for the editor to manage the inflow, and because anything under the sky you have people can send to JSIR. So the editors have to be very cautious in what they accept and what they reject. And special issues brought out in 2023, 2 of them, and indexed by the major indexing agencies. There is no particular large chunk we can pinpoint that comes in under the top cited articles, but we find that synthesis, paper and wood materials, phytochemicals, these takes a good chunk, water treatment and conversion and bioengineering as well. And then we have crop science management, food science and technology, telecommunications, etc. So we have a vast, wide spectrum of topics which can be published in JSIR. So it's a general omnibus kind of journal, peer-reviewed journal, where all sorts of areas of science, technology and engineering are accepted for publication. Then we have Journal of Intellectual Property Rights. The scope is given in the left-hand side. As we see, this journal is not directly related to science, but there are certain areas which indirectly impinge upon the interest of scientists and engineers. For example, trademarks, patents, copyright law, trade secrets, internal law, etc. So basically these are legal topics, but they impinge upon technology and engineering. Somebody develops a new product, so you have a product patent, you have some new software developed, so it will come under copyright law, etc., etc. So it's again a very specialized niche journal, and again it's a challenge to run these kind of journals, as I mentioned earlier. So good number of papers here again, and special issues brought out in 2022. I think it's not special issues, but it's a special series. IP and taxation policy from March 22 to November 22, theoretical underpinnings of IP law from July 22 to November 22, IP law declared by the Supreme Court from July 23 to November 23, GIPR in IP research from January 23 to November 23. So we have special series, not special issues. Okay, now the top cited topics, big chunk, obviously it's a journal devoted to the legal aspects of science and technology. So the large chunk taken up by law, then medical ethics, management, phytochemicals, economics, agriculture, policy, operation, research, political science, bibliometrics, entomology. Okay, so again, lot of things come under this journal. Then we have the Journal of Scientific Temper. It's a very young journal. So we have the scope. It's a niche area and it's very unusual. If you see the scope, it's like quite unusual. I mean, I will read it out: perceptions and attitudes towards science, public understanding, attitude towards science and technology, survey studies, scientific and extra-scientific belief systems, science and education, scientific popularization, science fiction, history and philosophy of science, science and media, role of science exhibitions, science centers and science museums, science and the public, science and technology in developing countries. So not any particular area of science, but it's a very broad, the topics are very broad, but it's very unusual. It's a niche journal. And we have, the inflow is not as much as some of the journals we have seen because it's a niche area and a somewhat unusual scope it has. So the top cited topics: metallurgical engineering, thermodynamics, manufacturing, ceramics, astronomy and astrophysics, deposition and hardening and coatings, security, encryption and coding, etc. So since it's a niche area, it's a new journal, emerging journal. So we have paper published in 2310 to papers published in 2024 8, and the rejection rate is 72%. So it's a growing area, and the journal is also growing along with the field. So again, it's a challenge to run such a journal, but it's doing well. Then we have the Bharatiya Vigyanik Evam Audhyogik Anusandhan Patrika. It's the only, perhaps among the very few, or perhaps the only journal brought out, a peer-reviewed science journal brought out in Hindi. So our Clarivate does not index journals which come in languages other than English. So since they have this criteria, so the impact factor will not appear for this journal. And we see the scope as we find that it covers almost all the areas of science and technology, most of them. And we find the number of papers received, which is quite a good number of papers coming. And these, let me point out again, all these papers come out in Hindi. The manuscripts are sent in Hindi. Peer reviewing is done in Hindi, and the publication, the journal itself, is in Hindi. Annals of Library Information Studies. We see the scope in the left-hand side. Again, it's a niche area. It's not pure science. It's library science, so it's in the interface of humanities and science. The scope, as we see, is library science, information science, computer applications, library information. And this one happens to be indexed, and impact factor is 0.4. As we see, the number of papers received is also quite good, and rejection rate is around 50% or so. We can have a comparison of the journals. For example, in the area of chemistry, how does our journal stand with respect to the other journals? We find that we have the Journal of Chemical Science, for example, the Journal of Indian Chemical Society, Indian Journal of Chemical Technology, our own sister journal, Indian Journal of Chemistry, section A and B, which are actually now merged into IJC. And we have Asian Journal of Chemistry. So the ones which are highlighted in red color, these are our own journals. And we see that with vis-a-vis our competitors, our journals stand quite well. Indian physics journals, if we see Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Physics, it highlighted in red, and Pramana Journal of Physics is a very high H index and other aspects, but our journal also stands quite well. So this gives us an idea of how our journals stand. Similarly, Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Science, we have this one highlighted in red, and we have For example, Journal of Earth System Science, H index 0.63, other indices also. And if we compare with the other journals, then we find that this Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Science, in its class, it stands quite well. Indian Journal of Materials Science journals, for example, the Indian Journal of Fiber and Textile Research, it's a niche area. Being in the niche area, as I said, running such journals is a challenge, but still it's holding its own among all the other journals. Journals in the biology and biochemistry journals, again the ones in highlighted in red, biochemistry and IJBB, for this H index 47, in the Journal of Experimental Biology, H index 83, fairly high. And we have the others, as we can see from the chart here. So most of our journals are holding their own, I mean, among the competitors in the Indian scenario. Then if we have the Indian Health Science journals, for example, Indian Journal of Traditional Knowledge and the other ones, we find that Indian Journal of Traditional Knowledge, H index 40, it compares quite well with the others. In spite of all the challenges that we face, our journals are holding quite well against similar competitors from India and the Asiatic region. Then in the agriculture and biological science area, Indian Journal of Natural Product Resources, we have H index 36 and the SGR 0.191. So it compares almost comparable with the other journals which are being brought out in this country. And the multidisciplinary journals, for example, CSIR, it has H index 0.61, SGR 0.163, so it stands out quite well among the multidisciplinary journals. Current Science is at 130, Indian Journal of Scientific Industrial 61. So there's scope for growth, scope for improvement. So we have the Social Science Journal, Journal of Intellectual Property Rights, H index 14. If we compare with the other journals, the international journals and the other journals, for example, Anil Agarwal's Internet Journal, this is probably Indian. And the others which are international journals. So intellectual property rights, Journal of Intellectual Property Rights hold its own among the journals and with scope for growth, future growth. Among the Indian Computer Science Journal and related areas, Journal of Annals of Library and Information Science, which H index 16 and SGR 0.221. So it's an emerging journal. It has been getting encouraging comments from the indexing agencies that it has a scope in the future for growth and for a better indices. So that's how it is going. And one brief discussion on the online editorial management. I will not go in very deep into this because I will leave the nitty-gritties to the next speaker, Dr. Dinesh Velip. So the online submission is basically, it's not much different from any of the other journals and the peer-reviewed journals. So we have the online fresh submission followed by internal initial scrutiny, sometimes direct rejection from the editor's desk. Again, if not, then it is again assigned to the referees by the editors. We generally follow the two referee system. Some journals follow single blind, some journals follow the double blind system. And then we send the manuscript to the reviewers. And then if the reviewer report is received at the first instance, then it goes to the editor. If it is not, then reminders are sent till we get the report. I think the one and twice we get. And if that is not the case, then we change the referee. And depending on the referee's report, either it's a rejection or it's a major revision, minor revision, or if it is a minor revision if the reviewer says that accept without change, So the editor goes through the manuscript and then conveys to the author that, okay, your manuscript we are accepting without change. If it is with revision, then what the kind of revision, whether it's a major or minor revision, that is conveyed to the author. And then it's taken up for editing and then publication. So the publication also, it's not that it's edited and simply published. It goes through several steps. For example, there is a technical editing and style editing. And then we have manuscript sent to the author for retyping. Author's concurrence is taken on the whatever the changes the editor has made, and the retyped manuscript is received by the editor and checked once again for the general style units, nomenclature, etc. And the press-ready manuscript is sent to our desktop publishing department. And the first format, which is also called the galley proof, is checked by the editor and sent to the author for further corrections if those are required if the author feels that something needs to be changed, then they will change it. So this is the final, normally the final version, which after the author's correction is taken for sent again back to our desktop publishing department. And this is for the second formatting, and the composed pages and having the figures and tables, and these are paginated. Once the pagination is done and finalized, the final issue is sent to the press. So with all the indexing agencies like Clarivate, etc. So we have some glimpses of our wonderful institute. As you can see, the various activities. We have school children coming for the Jigyasa program, and we have various exhibitions of our books held at various places. And I would like to thank everybody for their patience. And I would like to give special thanks to our organizers, our beloved director, Professor Ranjana Agarwal, for giving me this opportunity, to Dr. Charu Verma, our head of the Research Journals Division, and my colleagues in the division. I thank you all. Yeah, special mention to Dr. Sandhya Lakshmanan. She's not here probably. She helped me with preparing the slides. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Well presented, NISPR journals. You have touched all the aspects coming from scope to impact factor, then rejection rate and everything. So we are hoping that our audience will view our journals. We have a national repository, NOPR. So you may check all the journals related to different subjects from that nopr.nispr.res.in. We can take 2-3 questions. We have a question from our audience. Sivam S. What is the difference between special issue and special series?
A special issue is a dedicated issue devoted to a particular topic. And that may be proposed by our special, what we call a guest editor, or it may be proposed by our regular editor, and somebody might be invited to act as guest editor. So that's a special issue. So it is a dedicated issue and dedicated to a particular special topic of interest to the general reading audience. Whereas a special series would be a series of, issues which would be devoted exclusively to particular topic, maybe a series of topics. And so that is the difference between the two. So special issue is fully dedicated to only one topic, whereas a special series might be, a number articles in a number of issues devoted to a particular area of knowledge.
Thank you, sir. Since we have no more questions, let's thank Dr. Majumdar for his very well nicely presentation. Thank you, sir. Then the next is the technical session 1. We have a talk on introduction to the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, and this will be done by Dr. Dinesh Vellib, editor of this journal, IJMS. Dr. Velip completed his PhD in marine sciences from Goa University and joined as scientist CSIR-NIScPR, that is before formation of NISPR, it was NIScPR. So in 2019, so before joining CSR, he worked as assistant professor in different colleges. Presently, he is a senior scientist on NISPR. He will give us a brief introduction to the journal IJMS.
Good afternoon to all. Today I will present a brief introduction to the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences. It is one of the dedicated journal in this field with reference to India. This is the just overall overview of the journal. It has started way back in 1972. It has completed around 53 years now. It was started with a semi-annual frequency, and subsequently it has transformed to the monthly publication frequency. It's an online journal now. Earlier we used to publish it in print as well, published by us, that is the CSIR-NIScPR. It is indexed in several well-known indexing agencies Scopus, Elsevier, ISSN. It has even a NAS index. And these are some of its other journal metrics, like it has a H index of 43. Then IJMS, that is its acronym. We have still reserved this acronym just to identify this journal. Then since its inception, it has been dedicated for the publication of research in marine sciences and oceanography. And it has subsequently evolved as to include the interdisciplinary marine research in its publications. And it has supported the marine research fraternity for over 50 years by providing an authentic publishing platform, especially to the emerging scholars and young researchers. Then it has also contributed immensely to the indigenous publishing in terms of marine sciences. Then this is the contribution by country-wise contribution. It has taken from the JCR year 2023. As you can see that most of the articles published in IJMS, they come from India. Then as it is dominated by Indian contributions, you can just see the major contributors to the IJMS, from where the articles are coming, like ICR, ZSI, then MOES, then CSIR, then Satyabama Institute is also there, then the QSAT University from Kerala. These are the major contributors, and this is according to the JCR 2023 report. And these are the top 20 journals which are citing the IJMS, and in this some of the renowned journals are also there. On the right corner you can see Regional Studies in Marine Sciences, Environmental Monitoring Assessment, Thalasus, Marine Pollution Bulletin, Marine Science, Frontiers in Marine Sciences, Indian Journal of Fisheries. And there are several others which is actually citing the IJMS. That means it is recognized, and the people's publishing in this other competitive journals in the field of oceanography or marine sciences, they are citing actively to the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, whatever work published in the IJMS. Then this is the broad scope of the journal. As its broad domain is marine sciences and oceanography, the whatever subjects which are covered under this marine sciences or oceanography, they are by default in the scope of this journal, like physical sciences, biological sciences, chemical sciences, then the geological sciences. Then I will also mention the satellite oceanography also, because sometimes it is considered differently, but it is also an inherent part it is also included under this scope. And then we have biodiversity, the biotechnology and bioenergy, then biogeochemical sciences, hydrology, then archaeology, marine engineering, instrumentation, geotechnics, and naval architecture is also included within the scope of this journal. Then there are certain exclusions because of that confusion in the name change. Like I have mentioned specifically, like we do not consider articles from the core geosciences. That is the terrestrial geology or land-based geology that we are not considering currently under this journal, because as of marine sciences, marine geology is an inherent part of this. Maybe it's an inherent part within the scope. Then articles solely dependent on the fishery economics and dealing with aspects like the social life of these fishers, that is a fisherman, that we are not considering because that is not including them. That will not incorporate R&D oriented to actual marine sciences. So that's why we have excluded from this scope. Then nature of manuscripts are considered under IGMS are mostly three categories like original research articles, review articles, and short commissioning. I have just mentioned some characteristics of each articles like word limit, then total number of tables, figures, or display items, or number of references. So authors can take care of this because this will help a lot for the post-processing process, because to deal with this thing it consumes a lot of time. Then manuscript preparation guidelines, although most of the guidelines are available online, I will mention the link. It's there on the IGMS website under the instructions to author guidelines. So this is a basic format like manuscript must be drafted in a single column, then times in over 12 font, double lining, double spacing, then line number, page number, IMRAT format. That is the must actually. All the articles must follow, including the short communication must follow the IMRAT format. Then the text arrangement order I have already mentioned. It is a standard text arrangement format which is followed across the scholarly publications. Then tables to legends and figures must be given. Then other guidelines like these are more oriented specific to the CSIR-NISpR journals, you can say, because in other journals it might vary. Like a title should be in running case, then we should have one should provide the running title as well. Then abstract is limited. Actually, as specific to IGMS, it is limited to 250 words. Then for short communication, around 150 words. Then keywords you have to give 4 to 6 keywords, and this should be arranged in the alphabetical order with the first letter in caps. That is the specific guidelines, NISPR guidelines actually. And then citations should be according to, because as NISPR has a unique guidelines, and that is means more quite different from the other journals. So authors most of the time does not follow this. So and most of the editors have to spend considerable amount of time in formatting this according to NISPR journals. So if authors can take care of such things, then considerable amount of time will be saved, and it can be diverted to in publication processing as well as final publication. Like we have a unique referencing style, that is the superscripted number, and they should be cited in a chronological order. Same chronology should be followed in citing the tables and figures as well. Then the conclusions of around 100 words. Then references formatting, that is again means a difficult task that should be done as per the NISPR guidelines only. More details are given in the IGMS guideline, author guidelines. Then figures. Another thing that the means most of authors should take care, like giving the figures. As in every scholarly journals, the text is displayed in double column format. This is a standard one. So, but while preparing the figures, you can prepare according to a single column or a double column, so that a lot of editing, we don't have to spend a lot of time in editing them or re-editing them. Like if you initially prepare as a single or double column format, and you can take care the height, means we can easily process them for the final publications. I have mentioned some specifications, like for single column it can be around 3.33 inches. I have given in inches, and for double column it can be around 6.92 inches in width. But overall height of the figure, a single figure can, either in single or double column, it can go up to 8.5 inches. That is a full page size actually in terms of height. Then resolution can be 300 dpi for photographs, or the images with means very complex details. It can go up to 300 dpi, because if you increase the resolution, then it will simultaneously increase the overall file size, and handling such a bigger file sizes is also difficult, because if you put in around 7 8 10 illustrations within the text file, it will hang, or it will create issues while processing also. So very heavy files. Then now for other plots and all, plots, illustration, line diagram, it can be up to 600 dpi, because it will not increase the overall file size, and authors can limit the overall file size to up to 10 MB. That is sufficient, I guess. Then the citation chronology I already mentioned, it should be maintained. Then a copyright policy. Whenever authors are using some already published material from others, prior permission should be sought from that publisher or the authors, whoever is holding the copyright. As per the publisher policy, it should be, prior permission should be sought. Then plagiarism, uh, it should be always, manuscript must be the plagiarism free, and that should including the self plagiarism, because self plagiarism is also sometimes comes under the plagiarism itself. You can always rewrite if it is your own work, but as it is not accepted. Then submission checklist. While submitting, author should take care, like there are certain issues like word format handling. That is a common issue, because once the file is submitted, it goes on to different stakeholders like editors, then editorial office, or other reviewers and all. But handling that word file is difficult, because everyone must be using the different formats, and that word clubbing is a common issue, and readability suffer at most of the time. So better to use a compatibility mode, because if you author submit in the PDF version, then we cannot do anything at the editorial office if you want to do something like editing and all for the review, to ace the review process. So the safer thing is the authors itself can convert it to the compatibility mode, and then they can submit, and that most of the things issues associated with file processing can be handled. Then declaration certificate, then reviewer details, table files, individual figure files, and supplementary data files that should be submitted. So supplementary file not necessary; it is applicable to all the articles, but other things are more mandate, means it will be by default the part of the most of these submissions. Then this submission procedural guidelines. In CSIR, we are using the OJS system, that is Open Journal System. And in India, most of the publishers are using this. It's quite popular, and most of the people or researchers must be aware of the system. Overall look will be different, but overall functioning under the OJS is more or less similar. So this is the link to the IJMS website, and this is overall overview, means for homepage of the IJMS. Then before making a submission, the manuscript, ensure that manuscript must be means formatted according to the journal guidelines, and to make a submission, author must register on our platform. That is mandatory, and this is the author registration page. It's a quite simple page. Wherever there is a asterisk, you have to authors has to fill in the details and submit. And once you have the credential, you can log in with authors can log in with the credentials. Once you have logged in, this is the first page author is going to see. That is the author dashboard, and in that new submission option is there. You can authors can click on that new submission, and once authors will click the new submission, they will see the page like this, which is currently displayed on the right side. It has 3 4 5 tabs. In the starting, you have to select this section because each journal has different sections like review article, research article, short communication. Other must be having book reviews or commentaries. It depends from journal to journal. So you have to first select this section, then again section policy will come, which is applicable to that particular section. Then they can read it and understand it. Then there is a submission requirement checklist, and it is mandatory checklist. If authors are not clicking this, that means this system will not accept the submission. It is mandatory checklist. Then authors can write comments for the authors, and then they can tick on the data privacy statement, and say they can click on save and continue. So they will move on to next step of the submission. This is the submission checklist. I will just put in the screenshot. It will look like this, but it can differ to our own NISPR journals to journal. And then next step is the upload submission. Herein one red message will come. That means the file size is restricted here. That is up to 25 MB. Authors cannot submit more than 25 MB file. System will not accept. It can be in case of the manuscript file or the individual figure files or table files, anything. So yeah, that is the thing. And to add the files, you have to just authors have to just click on the add file. So once you click on the add file, you have to browse that particular file, either can be manuscript or whatever you are going to upload. You have to browse from your system and you have to click OK. Then it will come here like this. I have given the file name as beyond text. You can give as authors can mention it as manuscript itself. So it system will ask the what kind of file it is. It will come at every step whenever you are uploading. So there are multiple options. Actually, this is the IGMS page, and we have created this many options that like manuscript, figures, tables, then declaration, supplementary data, revised manuscript. There are others option is also there. If authors cannot find that right option, then they can click on others and they can name that file whatever it is. So that will come. Our option as well as the original name will appear once the file is uploaded. Then once you click first, obviously it is authors are going to upload manuscripts. So just if you click manuscript, then it will look like this. It will come the file name as well as what type of file it is. So like this, one by one, authors has to add all the files, and every time it will ask, because manuscript has different parts like figures, tables. You can authors can consolidate and can submit, otherwise they can submit in parts also, tables, figures separately, supplementary files separately. So both options are available. Then once every uploading is done, it will look like this. Authors can upload multiple figures, multiple tables, then other associated file like supplementary data, cover pages and all, everything. So once it is done, save and continue. Then next is a metadata. In metadata, authors has to enter the title, subtitle, then abstract. Abstract here, word limit will always come. That 250 or here it is showing 320 because here I have altered due to some reasons. We have altered this word limit. So here it is showing 320 means up to 320 words system will accept. Then authors have to add contributors. So add contributors means authors, number of authors, whatever may be the number authors whoever is the corresponding author or submitting the manuscript, that has to enter details of all the authors of the manuscript. This is the author feed form. It is also again a simple form. Wherever the asterisk is mentioned, we have marked authors have to insert the information. Then There is a affiliation field where asterisk mark is not there, but author has to fill this particular field. And then once it is done, then keywords has to be inserted, then save and continue. Then this is last is the confirmation step. Just click on the submission, then one pop-up message will come, then just click OK. Then your submission is complete. Authors will see this particular web page. Then authors can move on to the dashboard. The dashboard view is like this. You will see the submission. You can click on, authors can click on a wave, and they can waive the submission. But before that, authors will get one confirmation message from the editorial office on the email, on the registered mail. It will be like this, that you have submitted or you have made a submission to the journal. Then once you click the wave, once authors click wave submission from the dashboard, this is the main peer review process page actually, wherein two sections are there. One is having the details, and the other is a pre-review discussions. And that second part is common to all the means all the sections, like review, copy editing, production. Everywhere it will appear this pre-discussions that will come, and authors will be able to add discussion, reply to the editorial activity, everything, all the activity will be recorded here. Author can monitor, and they can answer, or they can ask questions also here. These are the different stages. Then the post submission processing, actually this in our earlier talk, Dr. Majumdar sir has already explained this process, so I'm not going to focus on this process. So everywhere the process is same, actually processing remains the same. So I'm just going to skip this process. Then I'm just highlighting on whatever the do's and don'ts for authors. Like authors must follow the journal guidelines, then provide necessary information, then should avoid text similarity in the text, maintain figure quality and readability, citation chronology should be maintained, references formatting should be as per guidelines, then proper credit should be given, then the ethical approval should be obtained wherever it is necessary. Then files should be submitted in the compatibility mode. Revisions in when the revisions are asked, revisions should be replied properly, like as per the revision guidelines, because once the revisions are being made by the authors, and if it is not highlighted or not in the track change mode, it is very difficult to track what changes are done by the authors with reference to the author queries. Neither the editorial office, neither the reviewer can track that changes what is done. So that should be done. Then point to point, I'm mentioning this just because to avoid number of communication that are done between the editorial office to the authors, or the editorial office to the reviewers, just to avoid that number of communication and the time. If these things are taken well care by the authors, then the time processing time can be reduced. Then the don'ts: do not plagiarize, data manipulation for forgery, image forging, and then simultaneous submissions, and even honorary authorship. That these things should be avoided, because these things can lead to declining of the manuscripts, and even if noticed or reported later on, it can lead to the retractions of these published articles too. And for any of the research journals, there are actually mainly three stakeholders which are mainly essential for a successful writing of any scholarly journal, like authors, reviewers, plus the editorial board or the publisher. And a well sync or well blend between these is mandatory for any journal. So otherwise, a journal cannot run properly. So the purpose of this whole talk, or even we have also highlighted this thing in our workshop itself, is to strengthen our research journals reviewer base as well as the author base. and to increase the overall impact of the journal in the Indian context as well as globally. So apart from this, because we cannot do this thing solely from the editorial office, and we equally need the support from the research fraternity all across the country. Although we have significant contributions from the outside India or the foreign countries, but still our major contributors are from India itself for all the NISPR journals actually. So we need support, great support from our own research community. Then even for specific to the IGMS, we are under the reconstruction of the editorial board just to strengthen our peer review process, because that will be helpful in peer review process, strengthening peer review and to minimize that time lag. So interested candidates or researchers with a good profile, a good research profile can directly write to us at the editorial office. We'll surely consider the consideration, although it will undergo sort of review by the expert committee, but still we'll consider the nominations for the editorial board, and once it is established, might be the processes will go like quite smoothly. So with this, I'm going to end my presentation. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Velib. You have touched all the points for submission of a manuscript in our NISPR journals. The submission process is similar for all the journals. So we would like to request our audiences who are listening us online to submit their good research to our journals, and also tell your colleagues and fellow researcher friends there are different disciplines. You may submit to our journals through op.nispr.res.in and visit our earlier publications in RSRTV, and also worked for Center for Science and Environment, Ministry of Work for Center for Science and Environment, Ministry of Arts, Science. Her talk.
Thank you so much. Can you present my slides? So I have to wind up in 15 minutes because I am just before the lunch, which I'll do, I'm very sure. First and foremost, I thank the hosts, CSIR-NISpR, headed by Dr. Ranjana Agarwal, and CSIR-NIO Goa, headed by Dr. Sunil Singh, to give me this opportunity. A little brief about myself. Until 2016, I was a pure academician. A bachelor's in trainings in science communication. I couldn't understand that at that time, but I think now I realize that she must have seen that as my calling. Then, after my PhD, I did a couple of gigs, wrote for print, digital, online. I was working for a TV show, eventually got into policy-based writing at the Center for Science and Environment, and then I got, at the Ministry of Earth Sciences, where I was initially handling the media and communications only, but now I am also contributing to India's flagship Deep Ocean mission and looking after the implementation of ONOS and, library and knowledge OES and its 11 institutes. Ministry of Earth Sciences is also unique that, being a smaller ministry, still has a regular post for a, full-time science communicator. And then, before I come to my presentation, the acknowledgements first, because then I'll be carried away, by all the things that I have to speak. So my supervisor, trainings that I have gone, some of the best people, in the field, Dr. TVV, KP Madhuji, Dinesh Sharma ji, my team at CSIR-NIMAC. And now, my, bosses, my head, Dr. M. Ravichandran, who is the secretary of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, and my bosses for media and library, Dr. Mahesh, and for the Deep Ocean Mission, Dr. Ramana Murthy. So the topic that has been given to me actually has three components. It has a scholarly writing, it has an and he has a communication. And the and here is very interesting because it is synchronization also and the conflict also. So my presentation structure, you see, I have not focused a lot on the scholarly writing because we're all scientists here. The audience is all scientists. I'm not going to tell the extreme scientists how to write papers. But what I am going to do is utilize the scholarly writing as a hook to tell them why the and the communication is important. So first things first, we see this is something that I don't have to tell anybody. The scholarly writing is a very formal setup. All researchers are targeting high impact factor journals based on the data, the students, the lab facilities that they have. All journals have a specified list of guidelines, which are essentially the same. They have the same do's and don'ts. And the format of the journal paper is also very formal and preset. With minor variations here and there, you'll have a title, byline, affiliation, introduction, method, result, discussion, summary, conclusion, bibliography, acknowledgement, graphic reference. So there's really very less scope for any researcher to play around with creativity, not the intellectual creativity, but the media savvy creativity, so as to say. And then data presentation also, if you see in a journal setup, is governed by statistics, the data that you have, the question that you have, the inferences that you want to make. Same with the visual elements. Now journals still have a cover page dedicated to an article, but before this the journal cover page used to be a very standard one, text heavy. But the visual elements also possible for researchers are maybe a flow diagram, the summary diagram. So there's really not much to play for a research scholar in terms of communication when you're talking of scholarly communication. Then the perpetual problem when you are in an academic setup, there's collaboration which overlaps with competition. You are always in that hurry to publish first. Your reviewer may turn out to be your competitor, and then you are in that loop of how to get off this publication versus competition. And most importantly, what scholarly communications give you is an index. It gives you a high H index, a high C index, which is very important for your career growth. So you cannot actually run away from that. It's actually more like a situation where you're publishing. If you're not doing that, you're perishing. So in such a scenario, when we talk to scientists about science communication, that the first thing that they ask you is, you already have a lot of work. So where is the time? This is just an additional payload to me. So the first So the first thing is getting scientists to talk to non-scientist audience. Can you move to the next slide somehow? Yeah. So the first thing is that I have highlighted what the merits of scholarly writing is, something that we all of us know. And being in CSIR-NIScPR, we also know what the merits of science communication are and how is it that it synchronizes with the scholarly activities. So while your journal publications are intense, peer-reviewed in a formal setup, and you can seldom reach out to people at the village level, at the district level, because most of your publications are confined to English. Not many journals, in fact hardly that I know of, are good, impactful and in vernacular languages. So you're limited by the medium. You are also limited by the, like I said, the creative landscape in terms of diagrams, data presentation, even the text, so as to say. You cannot be very informal in your setting when you're writing for the journals. The science communication, on the other hand, in addition, like in synchronization to your scholarly writing, offers you more medium. It offers you more reach. It offers you an opportunity to we call it global. So you are reaching the global community. You're also reaching somebody who is reading in the school. And the one important reason that I think is very convincing is that while scholarly writing is something that you're exposed to later in your age, your PhD or your master's, science communication is something that all of us have been exposed to very early on in life. So we have been, watching Jurassic Park. We have watched sci-fi movies that are based on scientific concepts. We have all grown up reading Science Reporter, Vigyan Pragati. Vigyan Prasar used to be a very powerful institute in that sense that you had a lot of reach to schools, etc. So science communication is something that you don't have to. It is imperative. It is inevitable. To you being a scientist, because you've been exposed to all of that. Plus, even when we are standing now, there is good science illustration, cartoon mediums all around you that we have been enjoyed. I don't know of a single person who has not appreciated Interstellar, for example, recently. Then, if we talk of scientists, now the conflict in the end. So many scientists who are actually exemplary in their field are not good communicators. And when we talk of communication, it's not about their publication, their H index, their C index. It is about how effectively they are able to go to the masses. So one is the motivation that I talked about. The most important reason for a scientist to actually communicate to the public is that your labs, your students are being funded by the public. So you have to go back to your funders with a progress report, with an achievement summary, which is a moral responsibility. The most important thing is that you are going to age and you're going to retire at some point in time. You have to leave a legacy from the young minds to take up your field, advance your field. So you have to inspire curiosity. It is again a moral responsibility. The societal responsibility is that you have to, because you're an authority figure in the field, you know a lot. You can't stay silent in times which requires you to clear off misinformation. So that is again a moral responsibility. And people who are higher up, who are looking forward to you for suggestions, for
from Ministry of Mines and others. Our next panelist is Dr. Rahul Mohan, Scientist G at National Center for Polar and Ocean Research, Goa, under Ministry of Earth Sciences. He is the Group Director of Polar Science, supervised many research projects and awarded with National Geoscience Award 2023 in Basic Geoscience by President of India. He has a vast administrative experience as members of different important committees constituted by Government of India. He has more than 130 publications to his credit. Our next panelist is Dr. Mangesh, Chief Scientist and Head Biological Oceanography Division at CSIR-NIO, Goa. He has expertise in plankton ecology and biology of the northern Indian Ocean and microzooplankton taxonomy. He is a fellow of National Academy of Sciences and conferred with awards like CSR Young Scientist Award in year 2005, Velib Trust Puraskar and Pogo Score Fellowship, etc. He is also editor in a reputed journal, Deep Sea Research Part 2. He has 120 research papers to his credit. The last panelist is Dr. Rekha J. Nair, Principal Scientist, ICAR, Central Marine Fisheries Research Institute, Kochi. She has a deep understanding of marine fisheries, biology, shrimp nutrition, ecology, biodiversity, and conservation biology. She is a member of different professional societies and awarded with different awards. She has 133 research publications along with books and policy documents. Please give us a huge round of applause for all our session panelists.
It's muted actually.
We are unable to hear you. You are muted, please.
Okay, sir. We have 4 panelists joined yet. So I am hand over the session to you for the proceedings. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for introducing myself as well as my co-panelists, Dr. Rahul Mohan, Dr. S. Ramesh, Dr. Dr. Mangesh, and Dr. Rekha Nair, who has already joined, and we are expecting Dr. Vineet Gelot also to join shortly in this panel. Today's topic of discussion is, as you must have seen, that it is a little broad title and broad topic, but that broadness is essential because when we talk about marine science and marine research, the climate change as well as sustainability comes on the mind. So rightly, the title has been ordered as Research Orientation, Policy, Sustainability, and Scientific Leadership in Contemporary Research for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Here, Atmanirbhar Bharat is very important because our Prime Minister has given a call for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and unless we have that kind of a thinking and reorient ourselves to make our country Atmanirbhar, we cannot achieve the goal of a developed country in 2047. So it is not the job of only the industries or the government. Every aspect of the life, every field of life has to reorient towards that. So that's why the Atmanirbhar Bharat is very important. And the basic question is how we can reorient the research from our planning as well as identifying the research problems, everything towards that, so that we can contribute to the nation building, and we can also say that we have done what is required from us to make our Bharat a developed country in 2047. So yeah, Dr. Vineet, welcome, Dr. Vineet. We were expecting you shortly. Anyway, you could join us now. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir. Actually, I opened the wrong link. So, I thought why the meeting is not starting.
Yeah, I was waiting there. Then when Dinesh called me, only I changed the link. Yes. Okay. So we have a very broad topic for today's discussion: the research orientation, policy, sustainability, and scientific leadership in contemporary research for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. And it has been already circulated among the panelists. And I would suggest that we should first think about what are the problems which we may have to prioritize, especially to keeping that major goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat and developed Bharat, Vikasit Bharat in 2047. What kind of research we had to target, or what should be the goal of our research to achieve that? That is one point we have to keep in mind. And then all other things are the means how to achieve that. Of course, now the new NARF is in place. So how we can take advantage of NARF in promoting marine science research, marine science and technology research, and achieve those goals. And also how we have to reorient the policies to achieve those goals, etc., can be thought about. And I think we have a sufficient time. We are given time till 3:45 p.m. today. So we have sufficient time, and I am hoping that we will be able to address all these issues and make a contribution through this workshop on policy directions, as well as identifying larger research problems in various fields. I'm glad that we have Mangesh Gowns from marine biology background, Dr. Ramesh from the ocean technology background, Dr. Rahul Mohan, paleontology and cryosphere science background, Dr. Rekha Nair from fisheries background, and of course Vineet Gelot, one of the best seismic scientists we have in our country. So I think we are covering almost all aspects of the marine science, and we should be able to contribute substantially and significantly for the towards achieving the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat and the Vikasit Bharat by 2047. So as the that questionnaire which has been circulated among all of you, I'm expecting that at least few questions will be addressed by each panelist, if not all. So the first question is, or should we go by taking up a one by one question and then going around and see what are our views on that? Or we will deal with all the questions together. So it is whatever you suggest, I'm ready to follow that.
I think, sir, probably we can deal with the question and take the perspective from each panelist. So
yeah, I think each question we will go each round, and that will be more beneficial. I to feel that.
That is sir.
That is okay. And
briefing on recent development like that also it is written. Sir.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we will have a short discussion on how can India realign its research priorities to better serve the goals of sustainable development and Atmanirbhar Bharat while advancing economic development, especially the blue economy. As you all know that blue economy is a buzzword these days, whether it is shipping or transport or whatever activities which are being conducted at the sea, all comes under the blue economy, and their contributions to our economy is varying, but definitely each and every aspect is contributing towards that. Even fisheries contributes. I think right now the estimate is something like 2 or 3% of the blue economy is contributed from fisheries alone. So we can also think that to increase the contributions from each of these sectors towards the blue economy, what kind of research is required in the country, and how we will be able to achieve that in a short term, medium term, and long term time frames. So shall I open the discussions from the panelists? Who will take the first? Who will make the first remarks? One of you can start with that.
Sir,
Can I start?
Yeah, good. Go ahead.
Okay, so why I wanted to start was that I come from the polar sciences, so a component of marine science, but largely representing the cryospheric family of India, being a part of the National Center for Polar and Ocean Research. There have been a lot of science that has been carried out in the polar regions and the colder oceans, because India plays a key role as regards the strategy and geopolitical posture in the group of the polar countries, I would say. Both Arctic and Antarctic are very, very critical and important, because largely when we look at the climate change, you cannot remove the cryospheric regions, because I feel that substantially they are missed in most discussions. But when we look at the mass loss that is happening in Antarctica, or the sea ice loss that is happening in the Arctic, and the repercussions on the weather and the long-term climate changes that are happening, that are quite enlarged, and that requires multi-domain capabilities, to be honest, and a lot of synergy, which is largely missing in the Indian domain. There are largely because each institution is doing its own research, and the sharing of thoughts and ideas don't get into a common synergy when we talk of the cryospheric regions. Although there are people who work in it, the second important aspect that I feel is there is very less of capacity building in polar sciences. We have ANRF, and you have DST Inspire, CSIR and others, MOES also. But what we need is continuous participation from the younger or early career researchers who can be a component into the polar domains, whereby they can look into the intersections of polar climate, the global climate policy, and the international governance, which is again left to policymakers who are not scientists. But when you go to international meetings, you realize of Antarctic and Arctic that there are scientifically trained manpower that sits in those meetings. That is largely missing again. And as you would know, rather all the panelists would know that India plays a key role in both Antarctic and Arctic in the treaty meetings as well as the Arctic Council. And probably India needs to lead somewhere the science narrative at these meetings, largely leading to the geopolitics of its presence in these regions. Of course, needless to say, the mass loss is, and the second is the ecosystem changes that are happening due to climate are something that needs to be co-studied by different organizations, leading to probably development of polar research vehicles. We are talking about only one vehicle, but we need polar research vehicles which are made in India and made faster. When we see our neighbors who are competitors in Asia, they have much more platforms than us, although they came much later than us into the polar domain. Take the example of Korea and China, and they are way, way ahead, largely because they have developed their programs and they have pumped in a lot of capital into the platforms. So unless you have platforms, you cannot do science. Unless you do cutting edge science, you cannot be counted in the world scenario. And there are n number of problems which are already written well in Science and Nature as to what are the problems that we need to pick up. And I'm not going to reiterate or say the same, but I feel that there is a lot to be done as regards Atmanirbharta is concerned, both in terms of training the manpower, utilizing them in India rather than we don't have much position. So they all go abroad after being trained. So that's a big loss to us as well. So, so these are my opening remarks, and thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Rahul. Mangesh, you can.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. I would also like to thank the organizers for having me on the panel. Yeah, from the biology point of view, so being Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we are talking about the Viksit Bharat or having the blue economy or drive sustainable growth for enhancing the self-reliance, I have few perspective. Though the areas such as because I have been at sea for a very long time, and I've seen the type of oceanographic work that has been carried out in the seas like the Arabian Sea and Bay of Bengal. And as you all know, that NIO has been doing unfurling or resolving the mysteries of the Northern Indian Ocean for a very long time. And there is, even though for the last 60 years, the oceanographic institutes are carrying out the work in this region, but the focus is mainly on the upper part of the Indian, upper region, like particularly the upper 200 meters or so. But there are large potential, or the organisms or the extreme environments that prevails in the twilight or a dark zone. And we have no idea who are the organisms that are living over there, and how do they make up their living in that particular depth. So what is the extreme, and how do they able to sustain in such an extreme environment? That means they have a specialized biomolecules, which we need to be tapped in. So that is the area that need to be addressed in the coming future. Yeah, to address that, we need to focus on the areas like promoting R&D in so-called innovations. So like, for example, to address the deeper depth, we need to have gadgets to either get the sample or look at the sample in situ, for instance. And we have no equipment to get the things done. So therefore, we need to encourage indigenous innovations in critical sectors like electronics to reduce the import dependence and boost Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is one area that we need to be working on. Secondly, we need to strengthen the blue economy by focusing on marine biotechnology or deep sea mining, for instance, or coastal infrastructure research need to be addressed to harness the ocean resources responsibility while creating the economic values. So, and at the same time, it's important for a public-private partnership, to work. What I mean by that is like academia, India, industry, and government to work together to translate research into scalable or market-ready technologies. Otherwise, that will never get into the market. So scientists will do their own work. They will at the most publish the papers. That's it. But it won't come up to the technology oriented research. Won't get into. So that definitely, as Dr. Rahul also mentioned, we need to build up the capacity building. We need to strengthen, develop research in ecosystem that nurtures talent in cutting edge fields like AI or biotechnology, aligning with the national priorities. These are the areas that need to be prioritized from my point of view.
Thank you, Mangesh. May I now request Vineet or Ramesh? Any of you can.
Shall I start? Ramesh here.
Yeah, please, Ramesh.
Good afternoon to Chair and fellow colleagues from panelists, researchers, academicians, and then the students. So in the panel format also, it was given that we can give the recent developments within some 5-6 minutes, which will set the ball for, because some of us know that what is development is going on. As Rahul says that what is happening between the institutes also, there are some ifs and buts. To understand that, I have a few slides, just I will share it, and then I'll start from there to discuss further on it. Is it visible, Rahul?
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah.
Sir, our institute from NIoT perspective, so we are focusing in the ocean-based science, technology, and resource management, where we are concentrating on the water, food, and energy from the oceans. And then apart from that, coastal resilience, health and climate change, living and non-living resources, which will lead into that Atmanirbhar with the knowledge transfer. Yes, we are having the transfer of technology, as many technologies which has been developed last 2.5 decades, which are getting transferred into the industries also. By taking into these clues, because we are the only nations available to look after into the Indian Ocean, if you see the map which is shown in the Google. And also we are looking into the different resources which are available in Indian Ocean as a signatory to International Seabed Authority, which will give the freedom for the students and researchers to work in the entire gadget of Indian Ocean, apart from the polar science which Rahul Mohan was mentioning. So to take care of these ocean basins, we are fortunate to have a different type of tectonics in the system, to look into the science part of it, and also to understand we can go into the deeper water, apart from the two major rivers which are coming from both sides, actually, Bay of Bengal and Arabian Sea, which gives a lot of sediments inputs to study different varieties of the science. So both the opportunities are available as the researchers in the country, and also to how to utilize these resources which will cater for the blue economy is the critical phase. So this will set the ball for the 2047, where we are talking about the vision 2047. So with this in mind, when we put the NIoT footprint into the sustainable engineering to connect the spheres of the earth, so we are involved in all the areas where the marine minerals as well as renewable energies, as well as the deep ocean research with the desalination and underwater acoustics and communications in the atmosphere. And we are also working in the microbes as well as aquaculture and biofuel from the ocean. And our activities also connected through NCPR to the Arctic and Antarctic, apart from the coastal radars and the observatories and the sensor developments. So all these areas which we are coupled, which are shown in the left side photograph, where we have the deep sea vehicles, which includes recent addition of the deep ocean mission manned submersible. Apart from that, ocean observation platforms, and also we have the places to work apart from Chennai at Andaman, as well as recently acquired land from the Tirupati district. So to right now, the target, everyone is talking about the sustainable goals of the SDG. So where under 14 below the sea will become ocean water will be coming into picture. So when we put our NIoT perspective into all these aspects, so we are working on different domains like ocean monitoring, marine biotechnology, the blue renewable energies, which is ocean thermal energy and also wave energy, and marine desalination. So we have the freshwater production from the Lakshadweep. And robotics, we have the complete gadgets of the deep sea vehicles available with us, and also the indigenous development is going on for the human submersible. Just to show that what are the devices already in place at NIoT for the benefit of student community and researchers. We have passed 2.5 decades. We have the plant, and also right now also the last plant is getting ready at the Lakshadweep. Almost more than 10 islands are getting the low temperature thermal desalination. And today, opening remarks also, actually Harsh Gupta sir mentioning about this Lakshadweep desalination plant. So which is a unique facility for the supply of the water into the island community. So many of the researchers can look into it. Then there are a lot of variants come into picture for this desalination. And we have the observation platforms, which is running more than 2.5 decades with the many variants of that, including the Argo floats, gliders, and many technologies are coming. These technologies have given the opportunity to go for the indigenization process toward the Ahmedabad. And we have the wave energy platforms and the marine biotechnology, cage culture technology. Recently in the MOSAM mission also, the NIoT is playing a role with the aerial drones. With even the water samplers, we can go into the offshore, we can take the samples without people in the remote way near the coastal areas. And also the coastal protection measures, coastal resilience and climate change phenomena. And there are many technology, including recently we could able to indigenize the underwater telephone, which will be marketized through DOT, through the PSIR lab like NRDC. And also we have a mining mission, which is under development for the deep sea mineral resources, which Mangesh is mentioning. And we have recently acquired the autonomous underwater vehicle for 6,000 meters, which has brought out a lot of science into the country for the people to look into it. So we have all these gadgets are available, and the knowledge is almost inculcated into the institute to go into the Atmanirbhar board as per the intent of the government. And this picture shows about the 4 research vessels in the institutes which will be catering for the science. On the right side, 4 pictures specifically I brought for this presentation, which is the recent outcome from our deep sea autonomous vehicle, which is first of its kind. So our research orientation, which we were doing earlier with our shipboard system, mostly for the coring and sampling, water sampling, where we are targeting, we doesn't know. But right now we have the very high resolution information of the seafloor with our own AUVs. So where you could see that nodules along with some organisms living there with the black dots. And we could able to locate the hydrothermal live vents associated with the organisms, which we used to see from the foreign vehicles which were taken the photograph from different plots. And first time we could able to see the methane hydrates on the surface at the KG Basin at the 1,780 meter water depth. And also in Andaman recently we could able to collect using our crawler that FEM crust nodules, which is within the EEZ. The metal content has to be known whether for the economic benefit point of view. And also this lot of biodiversity which is available at the 5,270 meter. We could able to do the almost 1 lakh photos are available. With the support of NIoT, we could able to sort out what are all the biodiversity available there. And also this deep sea channel, which we know that Bay of Bengal has a lot of deep sea channels, which is conduit for the sediments transported from the Ganges. But here we are able to see like a normal rivers where the channel cut platforms like that in deep sea at 3,400 meter water depth. So when some sampling, if you are able to do in these type of channels, we can bring out a lot of paleoclimatic signals from this. So now we are augmenting our technology requirements, and which will be highly useful for the upcoming direction for our science. So that's what here the opportunities which we have written. So world is moving fast with the technology and innovation for ocean application. So our collaborative research shall play a very vital role for the research, and with the limit of 2047 as a long term and then the short term vision of the decade of the ocean. With the activity right now on the deep ocean mission, MOSA mission, many activities are getting formulated by the government with the many policy changes in a mission mode program. Earlier, that R&D activities are now changed into the mission mode activity, where we have been pushed and then make things to happen. So it is important to have this type of framework with the short-term goals and then long-term goals, which will build the blocks for focusing the capacity building and infrastructure with active participation of the industry, which is lacking in our country. So how to foster that is our critical one, which we looked into it. And this is the final slide to take forward the discussion. We have the marine scientific science community, which will be playing the major role. Because then we want the left side is the different gadgets which has been developed for the areas what I was mentioning, then which will be translated into many of the upcoming technology which we are planning for the 2047. So with this, I will just close my presentation. We'll come back.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh.
This will give us an idea that what are all the areas students and researchers can look into it. Where are we to get the interaction? And
I can do it if she's not available.
I'm available, sir.
Okay,
okay,
please go ahead.
Look at it, because fisheries is into research as well. Okay, thank you, sir. Yeah, so that is where we belong to, the ICR-CMFRI, and it has, as you all must be knowing, the headquarters is in Kochi, and we have regional centers across, and it is there in Mangalore, Vizhinjam, Mandapam, and Vishakhapatnam, and we also have regional stations. In addition to that, we have field stations as well as 2 KVKs. And this is just a brief view of, it is a very old organization, started in 1949. And the major mandate of the institute is to assess the marine fishery resources of the EEZ, and as well as look at the impact of climate and anthropogenic activity, and how it can be used to develop sustainable fishery practices. We also do a lot of basic and strategic research in fisheries as well as in mariculture to enhance the production. We also act as a repository of the geospatial information. And in addition to this, we have a lot of consultancies, and human resource development is a major factor here. And this is Indian production was around 3.61 million tons in 2024. And this was a major achievements. Like in addition to the normal research, we went ahead and tried to find out deep sea resources, which we did all across the coast with more focus on the west coast. We also have developed a lot of nutraceuticals and functional feeds, which can help. These nutraceuticals are mostly developed from seaweeds and the green mussel, and they were for improving the human health, and functional feeds for farm species, because CMFRI is advocating a lot of mariculture. We are also looking at the habitat assessment and restoration of many areas across the coast, and we have also contributed a lot of information to the first eco-labeled fisheries, the short-neck clam, as well as we are continuing it for another 8 species now. Then we have also done genome barcoding of Indian oil sardine, because sardine is the mainstay of the fisheries, and it is getting the genome barcode will help a lot in helping us find out why the fluctuations is happening, where the stock is moving, and all that. And on the mariculture, which has been a backbone for the CMFRI's growth, in addition to the normal fishery work, we have done a lot of breakthroughs in ornamental and food fishes. We have even bred F1 generation of cobia, which is very much in demand in the mariculture sector. Then we have also looked at the ecosystem approach, because now the concept is we are looking at the One Health concept of fusing all these things into developing a healthy ecosystem. And CMFRI is also doing quite a lot of work on the vulnerability, because as many of my earlier speakers were saying, the climate issue, the melting of the ocean waters and the waters and the ice in the Arctic and Antarctic is also causing a lot of problems to the fishery sector, especially the people living in the coastal areas. So a lot of vulnerability studies have been taken up. And this is just and in addition to the normal food fishes, we are also doing large-scale mass-scale spat production of green mussel, which will help a lot of the fishers to take up new resources. And in addition to this, we are also doing seed production of silver pompano, which is again a high-valued fish, because we have to look at alternative resources other than those from the sea. And in addition to all these works, all the work which is undergoing, which is being taken up in CMFRI, we are also transferring it to the SC/ST under the different programs of the government, like the TSP and the SCSP projects. a lot of transgenders are also supported because they are the sector which is, they are one group which is always facing a lot of problems. So that sector, that set of people is also being supported a lot. And the major work which is upcoming this year is we are doing the National Marine Fishery Census, because for any development in the country, we need to have a correct picture of how many villages are there, what are the, in what sectors are these people involved, is the next generation coming into fisheries, what is their educational level. So right from, though the program was launched in November 2021, the census is going on in the institute, and the full-scale field work will be finished by December 2025. And yeah, so this is it.
Thank you, Dr. Sikha.
Yeah, and so just to add that, so what I would like to say is, like when we are talking of the blue economy, overfishing is a major problem which the country is facing now, because a lot of undocumented fishing vessels are there in our waters, which do not belong to our Indian registrations. And that is one major aspect which has to be looked into. So some work is being taken up in the institute right now. Like we have things in place like the minimum legal size so that the juveniles are not exploited. Then we are also looking at marine pollution, especially the microplastics is a major issue. So a lot of work on that aspect is also being done. And I think another major problem that the country faces is the infrastructure deficits. So though the PMMSY projects are in place, there are many areas which still have to be developed. So I think for the blue economy from the fisheries aspect, I think we should be looking at sustainable fisheries management, more of climate resilience, because we do look at climate smart villages where the crop sector, the fishery sector all come into, and that is how the village can be climate smart so that they can overcome the vagaries of nature. And enhanced pollution control is another thing I think which we should devote more. So these are the points which I would like to raise for this particular topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Vineet.
Thank you, sir. First of all, congratulations to Dr. Shenoy, because he yesterday only we learned that he got this leadership award. So although we are talking something else, but I think it's good that everybody congratulate him on the leadership award.
Thank you.
Congrats, sir.
Thank you.
The second thing which I on lighter note, because I come from Vadi Institute of Himalayan Geology, so I'm sort of Himalaya became subaerial 50 million years back. So if you had invited me 50 million years back, I would have, I would have full right to speak about submarine, activities. But that's okay. So I cannot speak on behalf of Institute because we don't work in marine system as such. But now coming back to serious stuff, to me, when we looked at Atmanirbhar Bharat and then ANRF budget and the emphasis opportunity for all institutes, especially those who are into technology development or in product development. I mean, honestly speaking, as a pure academic researcher, I was not feeling very comfortable because I thought that the opportunity right now is more for institutes and individuals who are in product development and in technology development. So in that way, the issues which we are discussing, it's a golden opportunity for these institutes and for all these scientists. The second thing which I learned here after coming is that to become Atmanirbhar, there are a lot of things which society or the government require from us. and we don't give a proper importance to it, because sometimes it may not fetch good publication, or sometimes it may not satisfy the hunger of a scientist. But that's where Atmanirbhar Bharat is important. That we want. So it's all about using your expertise in making us Atmanirbhar. That's a so that means especially in, for example, in my institute, many of us are struggling from shifting from basic fundamental research to research for society, research for economy. But that this transition should have occurred much earlier. But right now it's inevitable. It has to be done. The other thing which I thought was that in many times these problems are either regional or in local nature. So in many of the cases, either because of commercial interest, we may not involve international partners, or because of their local nature, they may not be interested. So ultimately, the entire work has to be done by us only, and that's what in fact Atmanirbhar required. The only problem which I see, which all of us have to address, in our in an academic research, we always say that international collaborations are the easiest. National collaborations are you can still do it, but collaboration within institutes are the most difficult one. And that's again another challenge which all of us need to understand. There's one problem which I keep addressing, which I keep saying, is that it's time that we move from taking credit to giving credit, from one-manship to multiple ownership, in the sense that rather than saying that my institute has done it, now it's time that we do it collaboratively, and rather than taking the whole ownership of it on one institute or one individual, it's important that all of us we work together. That's what I'm sort of pushing. Of course, there are hurdles, but I'm sure if we want Atmanirbhar to succeed, then this has to be done. As Rahul Saab said, making this research, there's something called convergence research. So ultimately, everything has to converge. Unfortunately, we do a lot of multidisciplinary work and we leave it at that level. But until unless there is a convergence, the product generation will not happen. So convergence research has to be sort of emphasized, so that we move towards product development, we move towards technology development. So these are some random thoughts which came to me when I was going through all these points, and after listening to all of you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Vineet. Thank you very much. So several suggestions emerged, especially regarding what kind of research and what are the lacunae existing right now. For example, Rahul suggested that capacity building is one of the major lacunae. We had to do the capacity building, and of course he mentioned about lack of research platforms, especially in the areas of polar research. When our other neighbors have done much well, we are lagging there, mainly because we didn't concentrate on making ourselves. So that is one area where technology and the manufacturing has to go together in those areas. And of course, he also mentioned about the importance of polar research in the background of climate change, what is happening now. And I'm happy that several papers are coming out from NCPR showing the relationship between depleting ice in the Arctic and Indian monsoon, as well as the number of cyclones, etc., etc. So these things are being unfolded, but I think we had to do much more to achieve the potential of the polar regions and polar research. Also, as he has rightly pointed out, we need to train our younger generation also in policy matters as well as the scientific matters. Then only we can make a very strong point in the geopolitical arena that what we want to do and what we should not do, sort of issues. So right now there is a disconnect between policy decisions and the scientific research. So I think we had to create this new breed of scientists, not only in polar research. I feel that it is required across the spectrum, that we need a new breed of young youngsters who are experts in the field of science as well as in the policy matters or strategic importance, etc. Similarly, Dr. Ramesh followed with Rahul. He made very important points on the need of high technology development to take advantage of the energy, fresh water, minerals on the bottom, etc., etc. Then Mangesh also made very valid points on the kind of research which we had to reorient in that direction, and especially keeping in view of the extreme environment in the deeper oceans, how those organisms are living. We have not done much research in those areas. It's not to understand only how they are living. What he expects is that understanding that will give us a lot of other benefits. So that point he has made, and again he also made the point that we need gadgets or platforms for that, which are sorely lacking right now. And of course, the marine biotechnology and capacity building are the other issues which Mangesh brought up. Dr. Rekha spoke about the fisheries sector. One issue is the over exploitation by non-Indian vessels in our waters. We had to see how we can stop them from fishing in our waters, and the issues of microplastic and cage culture and other aspects. We need strongly advocates that lot of collaborative research among the institutions are required to solve some of the larger research problems. Working in silos alone will not help us in those directions. So I think we have made very good suggestions indeed. But from the point of view of blue economy, because if we had to contribute to the Viksit Bharat, finally it has to be translated into economy. even the basic research, what should happen, should translate into the knowledge transfer or into the useful products. The best example is the semiconductor research in 1940s and 1950s. It happened in the universities in America. They found out, they did the basic research and developed those semiconductors, and now its application is vast. And I think that is one of the major turning points for America to create the wealth. So any country which want to be wealthy or which want to be developing a developed country, the wealth creation is always very important. And wealth, how we can create? We cannot create wealth from the thin air. We have to create from the knowledge. That is where the basic research and science and technology is important. Basic research proposes the new ideas, new requirements. So now, if we take the, I think in the world something like 16 or so cutting edge technologies have been identified, of which US is the lead in 9 and China in 4 or 6, and Europe in 1 or 2. India has the potential to be leaders in 3 of the areas. That's all among the 16 areas which are being identified by one of the UNESCO organization and published on the website. I don't remember exactly what are those. But India, they say that AI as well as some 2 more technologies, the communications and AI, India can become the leaders. So so in like that, we had to identify which are the cutting edge technologies where we can contribute and we can generate the knowledge. Though we need to mention that more than basic research, the product generation and technology researchers have better advantage. I think everyone has the better advantage in this aspect. For example, if you take the seismology research, if we can make a breakthrough in predicting the earthquakes, that's a big thing. That it may not generate visible economic benefit, but definitely it is going to give us a lot of economic benefit by predicting the earthquakes in advance. So that has to come from the basic research itself. So that will be a very important step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat as well. So these are the issues which we have discussed. So can I ask one question to Dr. Rekha Nair that if I understood right, by 2047 or 2050, our requirement of fish or the consumption will be almost doubled. That's what some of the figures which I read, I remember. Right now, I think we are producing something like 3.8 million metric tons from the marine environment, from the capture fisheries, and maybe another million metric ton from other sources of marine environment, and about 4 or 5 million metric ton comes from the aquaculture and inland fisheries. So if we want, that means something like 10 or less than 10 million metric ton only we are producing now. And if we had to increase this to 20 million metric ton, what kind of research or what we should do? Because 2047 is not very, very far, unless I'm sure CMFRI must have put very serious thoughts on these aspects. But can you just comment on what will be the way forward for doubling the fish production in the country? Because fish is one of the integral part of our blue economy, where it can generate lot more jobs, as well as it can change the lifestyle of our coastal population, and also provide the necessary protein for the entire population.
Yes, sir. To answer that, I think I can break it into a few points. On the mariculture sector, on the mariculture side, we have developed brood banks, and now the impetus is for we are not trying to do it as like earlier CMFRA used to do the mass breeding, and we used to go out to the fields and do the work. Now the technology is like we are trying to give them the eggs to hatch, and then inviting more of nurseries and more along the eastern coast. We are inviting more of nurseries and farmers so that the production can be augmented, because it is more of rather than going with the farmers and doing it, we are trying to give them the more opportunities for seeds or young ones. That is one, because we have a lot of food fishes which we have bred. The technology is ready, and that we are trying to translate it into the field. That is one way of doing it. The second way by which we are trying to increase the production is looking at additional resources. That is, earlier, as most of you all know, we had certain importance. We gave certain importance, or we had certain preferences for food fishes. Now we are trying to diversify the food basket by incorporating more of members into it, like more resources. We have a series of projects by which we are trying to see more non-conventional resources into the food basket. So a massive project is going on where we are looking at what are the non-conventional resources which can be used to increase the food basket, because still we have a lot of resources which we have not attempted. And mariculture is on the positive side. So that is another area by which we are looking. The third point is, with the Honorable Prime Minister giving so much importance to seaweed, we are trying to increase the importance of seaweed consumption by having on the nutraceutical side, seaweed is a good candidate, because a lot of research has gone into it and a lot of nutraceuticals are there. So we are also trying to increase the nutraceutical side of it. That is by increasing the seaweed production. And in Lakshadweep also we have done a lot of trials, and they have been very successful. So it not only improves the fishermen, it gives them an additional income, and it is also a new avocation for them, because like people in Lakshadweep were not doing seaweed culture and all that. So we are trying to do, that is the third way by which. The fourth way which is going on is the artificial reefs which are being put. And the government Department of Fisheries has pumped in a lot of money into it, and we have we have involved the state governments also and the fisheries people, and a lot of artificial reefs are being put all across the coast so that they can really augment fish production. Because over the whatever work we have done on the east coast, especially the Chennai coast, have shown that over time succession happens, and then the more of food fishes are habitating this artificial reefs, and so a lot of artificial reefs are being implanted along the coast. So that is one major area by which we will be able to increase the food production in addition to developing culture fishes. So this is the way we are doing it. So that is only one aspect of it. And deep sea resources across, we are also part of the Deep Ocean Mission, and we also are working with the fishermen community, especially the purseaners and the trawlers of the Mangalore area, where we have done a lot of research and found out that there are a lot of deep sea fishes which can be used for human consumption. So we will be able to map these resources and thereby increase the production. So that is one area by which CMFR is looking.
Thank you, Rekha.
I hope I could add some points.
Yeah, please.
And I would also like to add one point to what Dr. Vineet was saying. Actually, research now is, tying up with institutes across India is really difficult with all these issues in place. I mean, I don't know why research doesn't work well, because most of our institutes are coming under different ministries. Some are under Ministry of Environment, we come under Ministry of Agriculture. But cutting across the ministries to get projects done is becoming very difficult. I think the first step should be to break down these barriers and allow inter-institute research. So I think that will go a long way, because we in one sector alone we won't be able to do. We may require the help of NIOT or NIO. Though with NIO we have done some joint work, but across it is very difficult when you have to get permissions across ministries. I think the first thing which should be done is to break down these glass doors in between the various ministries and between the different institutes, because that will really help India go in, on a very higher note. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rekha. Yeah, I think the collaborative research between institutes are very important. Though we can talk about that, in practice, there are roadblocks and stumbling blocks which are not happening. I think one of the ways is formulating national projects where different institutions are involved from the beginning onwards, and breaking up that project in different modules where each institute, there should be one coordinating or a lead institute for that national mission, and then each institute contributes each module for that. That could be, I think the deep ocean mission was designed in those terms, and it may not be, we may not be 100% successful in first attempt, but I think we may have, we will have a lot to learn from deep ocean mission and formulate such national missions where different institutions can join and contribute to that particular aspect, so that sum total gives out something what is nationally important, rather than each institute or each individual works in silos. And finally, we find that this nut is okay, but the bolt cannot be fitted in this. So that sort of a issue should not be there. And right now, that is what is happening. We are doing a lot of work, but finally we are unable to put together. That has to be removed consciously by the top leadership in the country, and move forward to the national missions with larger goals and institutional, without sacrificing the institutional interests and the institutional mandates. Each institute should be able to contribute towards that. That's the way forward, I feel, to tackle this issue to a greater extent. Any comment from any other panelist?
Sir, can yeah. Dr. Ramesh, please go ahead.
Yeah, please.
Sir, just because we are from the engineering side of the technology development, you also served as a director, there are a lot of products which we have demonstrated. Afterwards, we could not able to take it further for the multiplication of these technologies, whatever developed, even though we had done the transfer of technology. Where the issues are coming is, if suppose we start the activity with the industry investment during the research problem itself, suppose there is a connectivity starts with the industry when the problem starts, because scaling up of the issue is coming into picture. So when we are doing the prototype, so it will be of some scale, it will work. But when the scaling up is worked out, the industries are having that experience behind with them, and they can come out with that plan when we start the working towards the prototypes. This model is working well in the Western countries, and they are doing such way in the US, and also there is always an ecosystem with the industry partnerships are going on. Any institutes they are having, suppose you take Woods Hole, means they have connected with the MIT, so they have that always collaborative work is going on. So some people are working here, some are working in the industry side, and academia also connected there. So all these three connecting points, we should be into the policy levels. If it can be made, then the products can be made, and how much scalable is possible will be worked out. It will be translated to real requirement into the Atmanirbhar, the connecting points. So for that, maybe a policy for the industry investment into the research at the ministerial level has to be developed. Maybe some tax rebate or something like that can be built up in that one. Then there can come, there will be some like a carbon credit like that. And nowadays industries are coming into picture. Some policy has to be there. And also there should be another mechanism where like institute researchers who are all working with our specialization, we should have a mobility to work sometimes in the universities, or university people should come to the institutes. Then we will be on par with the knowledge and development which is happening around the world. These two, how the mechanism will work, we don't know. This should come into the policy. Then the collaborative efforts will be much more tightening into the way what we are looking into it. When we are looking upfront with the part of imaginative and forethoughting thinking is coming out with different institutes. As you said that in the deep ocean mission, it has been built very nicely. And a lot of collaborative activities are going on right now. There are hundreds of institutions in the countries linked up right now. And under the first vertical itself, we are having almost 30 participating institutes are contributing as a first step towards underwater robotics. So there is a possibility, but it takes a mindset to change, like Minister says. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ramesh. Any other comment from any of other panelists?
Yes, sir. Sir, yeah, I feel that, okay, there are some scientific gaps and limitations that need to be addressed, when we talk about the Atmanirbhar Bharat. See, we are talking about whenever the project is submitted, that is some sort of a short project cycle. Most grants are for nearly 2 to 3 years in duration, which is insufficient for high impact marine research. Like, for example, if you want to address the ecosystem monitoring or ocean modeling or species recovery or deep sea mining technologies that require longer duration, for example, 5 to 10 years or even more. But lack of continuity and scaling support. For instance, if you have a project coming up with a follow-up or scaling up of funding, leading to discontinuation of impactful research, ultimately leads to the non-commercialization of that product. So it's important to have a long-term grant models, especially of 5 to 10 years of duration, especially for marine ecosystem research, ocean forecasting, for example, and deep sea technology development that requires a longer time. So it's very important, especially in the marine ecosystem, to have a longer duration programs like deep ocean mission.
Yeah, Rahul, you wanted to make.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me another opportunity. Having heard all the panelists and including the chair, some of the things that I feel is that in marine sciences, although we have many papers in big international journals, but as a unit, India, do we have some key questions to be addressed? And can organizations join hands together to solve those 10 questions or 5 questions? And probably that could be in a mode of mission mode, like Deep Ocean Mission, where different organizations are giving fund, where Mangesh issues of long-term funding is also addressed. But we have key questions where everyone participates in answering those key science questions. Second is, a big problem is the capacity building, where you guide students to get PhDs on some very interesting problems. But they finally, as you know, that government has limitations of positions. So can we probably, when we raise these questions, can we put it to the industry? Because these research fellows or the PhD students should be also getting into the industry. So the research that the industry needs or a bi-component of it, because finally those 5 years of research that is put in trains them into all domains, be it statistics, be it analysis, be it interpretation. This is what industry needs. But only thing is, industry is not aware that we are giving such an output. So the capacity building is getting lost. So that is one of my contentions, which I always make it a point to address at different forums, that somehow industry linkages are missing in major research organizations of marine sciences, or even polar research, or for that matter, even earth sciences, if I can say in a broader perspective. So that was my, and obviously, we need to do a lot, especially what Mangesh was telling, that we need to understand extreme environments. So critical, but then we don't have underwater observatories as yet in shallow waters. Whereas the developed world has developed underwater observatories. So we still think of getting a sample, analyzing, or the water column, that's it. But we need to monitor, supposing 2 places in the coast with an underwater observatory on different parameters, which can give us continuous results, which will then define how the coastal communities have to be taken care. Because that is one component that we have to take care of. Either it is sea level or fishing, overfishing, coastal communities have to be taken care. Resilience of coastal communities and the coastal areas have to be taken care. With this, again, I close my comment, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. I think we are nearing the time which is allocated to us. Involving the major point which comes out is involving institutions as well as the industry from the beginning, from the projects, and working together is very important. I think now involving the industry is not a wrong thing. That kind of atmosphere has come in the country. So it is up to the lower levels, even up to the individual scientists, how he can collaborate with the industries and how you can make them interested and getting them working. That kind of a change has come in the country now. Earlier, the private industry means something which should not be touched. If you touch, even you will be excommunicated. That thinking has gone now. So now, of course, some policy requirements are there. I don't deny that. But the environment in the country has changed, and it is changed for the good. And I think we should take advantage of that. And the last point which I would like all of you to make a note or a comment is that see the publication, because Rahul also mentioned the big international journals. What is the international journal? Non-Indian journals are international journals. I think that concept we had to get rid of. And especially this workshop is being organized by Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Research, or IJMS. We have to see how we can increase the respectability of our own journals. There was a time we run after only the foreign journals. I don't blame any individuals, but that was the reality in the country. And our journals lost relevance, sort of. So, but I think, we are paying through our noses now. If you look at those amounts which you are paying for those consortiums to access those journals, even to publish that paper, I think something like a few lakhs we are paying to publish a paper in those journals. So we are being fleeced now by these sort of international publishing companies and publishing journals. I think it is very important that we should encourage our own journals. To make a start, I would request all active researchers, they should make a point that one of their best paper, not the worst paper, one of the best paper they should publish in either IJMS or Current Science or Earth System Science. These are the journals which deal with earth science and marine science fields. I think we should make a point that voluntarily our scientists should publish one of their best papers in a year in one of these journals. But how that can happen? That can happen only through the peer pressure, not by a government law or by issuing a diktat from the ministry. It should happen from our own community, and our own people should gear up to that. Any comments on that? Most welcome. With that, I think we will wind up this panel discussion because there is another the valedictory session is waiting to be conducted.
Yeah, in the morning session, the chief guest, Dr. Harsh K. Gupta, suggested that we should have a special volume of the Journal of Marine Sciences, now IJMS earlier. So, so that what have we done in the last 25 years in marine science in different domains? If that can come out in a special issue, that will probably pave way for people to submit, and they would know also what has happened in their particular domain areas, Indian contributions. So that will be really good, because I felt that was a good point taken up in the morning, which can have about 25-30 papers, and the science can build upon it, and more papers can be submitted to Indian journals.
Also, there was a talk by Dr. Mandalia about one nation, one publication sort of thing. That was a very informative talk. I think we had to now encourage among our colleagues this kind of a thought that we have to, if we are not bringing up Indian journals, who else can do that? No one else can do that. So I think that responsibility lies on us, and we should contribute to more and more towards Indian journals. And also we had to cooperate with one of the complaints from the journal editors when I spoke to Dr. Dinesh that getting reviewers is very difficult. I think that is not a good development in the country. It is our duty, being a scientist, it is our duty to do the peer review also, and we have to find time for that and do that. Then only editor can publish the papers faster. One of the complaints about these journals are that they take longer time because of, not because of the editor. That longer time is taken because of the reviewers. They don't respond, or they don't submit the reviews on time. That scenario has to change. I think we will conclude here because we are already 3:50, so that organizers can start the next session.
Can I add a point here, if I'm not interrupting you?
Yeah, please.
Sir, there are two issues which you flagged. That is the importance students do, or scientists don't give to Indian journals. I think for that, the first thing should be the score card for most of these jobs should be taken out, because now it is like what we see is like scientists, especially the early career ones, they keep the scorecard and they work for it, because scorecard asks for a full score, and they have a NAS score. So only journals which have a high citation value will be taken by the researchers. So actually we cannot blame the younger generation, because when they look at their career aspect, they find that this publication holds a lot of value. So that is one reason why we see CMFRI has two publications. One is the Indian Journal of Fisheries, and we have Marine Biological Association having the Journal of the MBA. So we see that, very few people give very good papers to the journal, because they say that only once it is rejected by a foreign journal, they will bring it here, because their first aim is to look at a journal which has a NAS score of say 9 or 10, because for them the career is very important. So unless some concrete steps are taken to remove the scorecard way of evaluating a scientist, look at his work, but not the publication value. So if that is removed, I think it will be a golden period for most of the thing. And the second thing you asked about the reviewers, I find that if a foreign journal asks anybody for a review, they do it because they want to say that they are a reviewer for the journal. But when it comes to Indian, they don't give much value. So that is one major reason I feel. Actually, Dr. Dinesh was also talking to me because many of my students' work was, stuck in this IJMS, and he was telling me that the second reviewer has not responded. So, that's the problem we are facing in research. So I think once a scorecard pattern is removed for many posts, I think people will look into Indian journals because the quality of publication and the quality of papers which come in many Indian journals are actually very good. We have a lot of fundamental research data coming in here. But unfortunately, this is the point.
Yeah, I think there are issues which need to be addressed to. Yeah, I agree that rather than looking at the quality of the impact factor of the journal, impact of the paper should be looked at. How useful that paper was for other researchers, or what is the basic contribution from that paper. That is more important than where it was published. I think there are issues. I don't deny that. So I think we had a good discussion about various aspects. So my request is that because you are all on senior positions in very vibrant institutions, Wadia Institute, Vineet is director there, and Mangesh, head of biology division. Similarly, Ramesh, the group director, and Rahul Mehan, another center group director. So, Dr. Rekha, you must be heading a division there in CMFRI. So, you had to encourage our colleagues to look a little differently so that we contribute to a national cause rather than only looking at our short-term gains. Those short-term gains now led us to pay hefty amounts through our nose for these publishing houses. So that I think we had to address. It's a slow process, but definitely we had to make effort to address or resolve that issue soon. With this, let me once again thank all the panelists, Dr. Vineet Gehlot, Dr. Mangesh Gauns, Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Rahul Mohan, and Dr. Rekha Nair. And everybody made a very valid points covering various aspects. Actually, we discussed about the present scenario and the present issues which are being faced and which need to be resolved to make our science more vibrant and relevant. So with this, let me turn over this to the organizers. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the smooth conduction of the panel discussion, and many congratulations for the leadership award as mentioned by Dr. Gehlot. And we are also thankful to all the panelists. The messages given by the panel will surely go forward through this workshop. Thank you all.
Next session also is on the same link, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This link will work.
Okay.
We'll be come back after 5 minutes.
Sure.
Welcome back. We have an invited talk on open science and One Nation, One Subscription and Indian Perspective by Professor Devika P. Madali, who is the Director of Inflibnit UGC IOC Gandhinagar, Gujarat. And she is a head professor on deputation from Indian Statistical Institute, Bangalore. She is served as advisory distinction and expert member in different international committees leading to world data systems, statistical information systems, data management of different centers, etc. She worked on projects related to European Commission Living Knowledge Project, European Commission Project AGI Infra, Indian Trade Program for Advanced Research, ISI project, ISI funded digital library of conferences and seminar proceedings implemented in DSpace. She has a training expertise in building digital libraries using DSpace, learning tools and techniques. She has guided 10 PhD students with an academic experience of 31 years. To her credit, there are 60 national and international papers. So with this brief introduction, I would like to invite Professor Devika Madali for a talk. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening, and thank you very much to the organizers, Dr. Raghavalji, Dr. Velibji, for giving me the opportunity to address you all. Can I now share my screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can share the screen.
Is my slide visible?
Not yet, ma'am.
Not.
Hello, ma'am. Dinesh this side.
Yes.
Ma'am,
Is it visible now?
No, ma'am. If you are facing issues, then you can WhatsApp me the presentation. We'll run from here.
Okay, let me just do that now.
Yeah.
You see now whether it is visible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Good evening, everybody. And it's my pleasure to be talking to you in a very important topic that you are discussing today. Especially, I found that you have a focus on a journal in marine sciences, if I'm right. Is that right? Hello?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, fine. So my talk is very much related to journals and journal publications and how we bring scholarly research to researchers, especially in India. Of course, it is important for open science and open research in the world itself. To advance research, we cannot have research in silos, or we cannot have research findings also in silos because of various reasons. So that is the basic tenet of why we talk about open research and open science. So talking a little bit of our own work, what we do at InflibNet, in the entire research ecosystem, which has these 4 quadrants, like research and innovation ideas, research supports resources, research funding, infrastructure, know-how, and research outcomes and impact. In these 4 quadrants, InflibNet does a lot of work supporting all the 4 quadrants of the research ecosystem. Like we provide access to knowledge. Basically, now we are doing the PMONOS implementation.
Excuse me,
Then we
ma'am.
give a
The
lot of.
slides are. Excuse me.
Not
Yes,
moving?
the slides are not moving.
Array. I'll send it to you better.
Okay, ma'am.
I'll
Thank you.
just send it to Dr. Velip address.
Yeah,
Okay.
please, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it should reach you now in your email address. Did you get the slides in the email?
No, I have not received as of now.
It said sent.
Ma'am, you have sent it on email, right?
Email, yes.
Yeah.
So I'm checking my sent folder. So it is sent. dvalip@niscpr.res.in. I've shared it to your WhatsApp also. So Yeah, I think he'll open the PPT. Meanwhile, I'll just continue. It's not a big deal. The background information, I'll keep talking. So to talk a little bit about InfliBnet, most of you might be knowing about it. And as I said, we have several services from InfliBnet for higher education and for research. And we help all quadrants of research. So one of our biggest one is the thesis and dissertations repository. As we talk, we have 6 lakhs theses available online on Shodhganga in the open access mode. Then we run also the Shodh Chakra. I don't know how many of the CSIR and DST labs have taken, the institutes have taken advantage of Shodh Chakra. Shodh Chakra is a gateway to researchers, and we help the researchers do their research right from the day they decide to do a PhD, right from like doing literature review, everything, till the day they submit. We have got a lot of assistance for the researcher. So Shodh Chakra is a platform and also having several workflows and tools to help the researchers do research in a systematic way. And then we have the Vidwan network. Vidwan is the database and profiles of scientists and researchers in India, and it's an online network. We have about 3,70,000 plus Vidwans or experts, faculty and scientists of India networked through Vidwan. An offshoot of Vidwan. Are you running the PPT now, Dr. Velip?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I am on that slide where it says Vidwan and IRINS, Scholarly Network.
First, you need to uninstall the screen, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Stop sharing. Okay. So now you can run it.
And is the same slide?
Yeah, Scholarly Network it is. The slide number 5. Right?
Okay, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I was talking about our Vidwan database, and it's an online platform for networking experts. And an offshoot of Vidwan is the IRINS system, which is a RIM, which is a web-based RIM. And we give this as an instance to the participating institutes, so they can have their own installation and run their own expert database. In the expert database, they can upload the profile of a person, affiliations, publications, and the publications when they upload, when they have multiple authors in India or abroad, we can bring up various maps of collaboration of research and such things we do with the data which IRINS yields. So the next one is the CSIR-NIO project, which is an offshoot from the Vidwan and the IRINS databases. CSIR-NIO is a She Research Network of India, and it is an online platform to highlight women achievers, scientists, faculty of India. This we started on the International Women's Day of 2024, and in 1 year and 2 months now, we could network over 1 lakh Indian women, scientists, faculty, and researchers. So I would request you people to also make use of this for women in your own science CSIR network. If you want us to make, we will be very happy to help you to make such a network. Now, coming to the open science itself, like I said, I became very much interested, and I gave consent to talk in this because it deals with a journal. Basically, your aim towards a journal. So when you're starting a journal or have a journal, you can think of it as to be on an open science platform. Now, why? Okay. See, scholarly publications are important resources. Of course, they reflect the outcome of research itself. And we know that journals, for their prestige, we count in fact in way of impact factor. So the impact of a journal is a measure of number of citation it garners, that we all know. And citation this kind of citation-based ranking is become an established practice in science and academic world, so much so that scientists no longer think of publishing anywhere else except the high-impact journals. But at the same time, what about the Indian journals, like the one you are planning to start or you have started? I'm sorry, I was not part of the earlier discussions on the journal, so I might have missed some very important discussions. But anyway, these are my 2 bits. Citations garnered by Indian journals published in India by Indian publishers is less compared to international journals. That is one of the studies. On the other hand, Indian authors do publish internationally and they are getting good citations. It's not like Indian authors don't get cited. They are getting. So there is a need for a concerted effort to uplift the prestige of Indian journals so they too can attract the best and scholarly articles from Indian researchers and others. So we all know about journal impact factor, how it is calculated. It shows the average number of citations received in the 2 years just preceding to when we calculate the impact factor. Now, journals are arranged in this ranked order of impact, and they are hence called as ranked journals or highly reputed journals. And one of the main reasons, as we all know, authors aspire to publish in these highly ranked journals is because the grants, promotions, tenure decisions are taken based upon this impact factor. So publishing in high impact journals enhances a researcher's reputation and career advancement prospects. That is exactly why we tend to publish in only international high impact journals. Now I'm on slide 10. So what about the affordability of the journals and citations? What is the relationship between the affordability of journals and a high impact factor? So we know that commercially published high impact journals in some of the domains are so expensive that they are not affordable by scientists and libraries. Now with the pressure that open science community has put for opening up content, these journals, high impact factor journals, have switched to a hybrid model where some of the articles they publish as peer-reviewed articles. The others are also peer-reviewed, but they offer to open them as open access in the same journals. But they ask for an APC. When they ask for APC, it is not any low price. A study says that the APC may be something about 3,000 and also have found in the range of 5,000 to 10,000 US dollars, which becomes really prohibitive to young researchers to pay that kind of a money to get published. So when they find it difficult, I am on slide 11. When they find it difficult to pay, then what happens? They get left out. So what happens is authors from the global south do not get to publish paying those high charges. Hence, they do not get cited. Okay. And researchers from the global south do not get to read them because they can't afford those journals. Hence, they do not get to cite. They do not cite those. So in both of these ways, the global south is getting left out of this entire thing, which is called as highly ranked and high impact factor journals. This is the point I wanted to make. Whereas the global north is going ahead, they are publishing, they are citing each other, and such things are happening. So what happens is it brings a divide that the global north has access. They keep on publishing more, they keep on citing more in the same journals, in the same circles. So that is what I would like to present. Now, overview of Indian journal publishing. The publications in India can be categorized by 4 categories, like the publications from Indian universities and institutes, including government departments, publications of learned bodies, societies, professional associations, and academies, some private Indian public houses, and then international publishers having a few titles published in India. So these are the 4 categories. Now, for example, you take the journal. I am on slide 13, by the way. Take the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. This is to do with Ayurveda. And this is being published by Elsevier, as you can see. Now, and there is an article processing charge for who write the articles over here, and because it is said to be open access journal. So for making it open access, of course, people have to pay money. Maybe it is small or big, but they have to pay. Now, you see in the slide number 15, I have just taken arbitrarily some articles published in the Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine. Of course, all are Indians. You can see everybody is an Indian who writes the article, and who reads it? It will be Indians, right? But it is being published by Elsevier. That's the only point I wanted to make, right? And then you can see I took some very rough data from Web of Science. Total number of publications for the last 4 or 5 years runs like that. I am on slide number 16. So about 1.73 crores, 1.73 lakhs of articles from 2020, so 1.9, 2.0, 1.9, like that. It is progressive. Total number of publications from India. And you can see the major part of those publications are published in international journals, which are of high repute and not of Indian origin. And only a few are from Indian origin. So this is the normal trend that we see for publications from India. So I studied a few institutes also, the same trend. Most of the institutes like ISRO or SAC Ahmedabad or IIT Gandhinagar or PRL, these are all publishing mostly in international journals and less in Indian journals. This is slide number 70. So that is all I wanted to talk about the state of affairs of open science, and in relation to that, where Indian journals stand today. With that, I come to the ONOS part, because I was asked to talk on ONOS. ONOS is the Unified Research Ecosystem for Equitable Access to Subscribed Content. This is about subscribed content. As you all know, there were about 10 consortia in India, and ONOS wanted, in the first phase at least, to make unify these and the resources across these which are common, and make it into one nation, one subscription. So that is what we have done. The one nation, one subscription was first proposed as the part of this STIP 2020, and it is approved by the Union Cabinet on November 25th of last year and implemented this year. So that is the cabinet approval in slide number 21, please. So the One Nation, One Subscription is a central sector scheme to provide nationwide access to scholarly research and journals. It has a budget of 6,000 crores allocated for 3 years, 25, 26, and 27, to give fully digital access and on a managed platform through what is called as a One ONOS portal. The total number of beneficiaries are about 1.8 crore students, and the total number of institutions will be anywhere between 6,300 to 7,000 institutes, including the central government, state government universities, then the research institutions and government colleges. Okay, and it was the onus of implementation was given to implement by the Cabinet of India. Central Cabinet of India. So not only this, but the slide number 22, ONOS is one part of the grand vision, which we are of course doing, and then in phase 2 and phase 3 we want to expand this. But also there is on the cards looking at the Indian journals and repositories, how to increase their visibility and access to Indian research, and how we can implement new research evaluation methods which go much beyond just the high journal impact factor. Can there be other indicators to research evaluation rather than just relying upon some Scopus or some JCR ranking and such things? So these are also on the cards. So the background of ONOS is that the Honorable Prime Minister of India, in his address to the nation in 22, in August, the Independence Day of 22, announced the importance, pointed out the importance of research and development, and he gave the call for Jai Anusandhan on that occasion. We know that in the country today we have the ANRF, the Anusandhan Research, National Research Foundation, which came out of the thinking which was announced for Jai Anusandhan. The ONOS is one offshoot of the thinking of importance of research and development and how to give impetus to that. Okay. As I said, it opens a gold mine of knowledge. About 30 international publishers. Resources will be included actually for about 1.8 crore students across the country. Slide number 24. So how ONOS works with the entire ecosystem for higher education and for research is that it wants to give a fillip both for NEP 2020 and the ANRF, which is the latest program of the central government, through enabling access to a large number of resources without any barriers. So that is how ONOS will help these national programs, the others. So as I said, mainly it is for subscription journals. Slide number 25, please. And it is a central sector scheme of 6,000 crore rupees for 3 years, 25 through 27. And it's a national consortium of journals, which we centrally negotiated and centrally funded for all the participating institutions. We are also planning under ONOS to provide some minimal support for APCs. About 150 crores is set aside. And as we speak, the Office of the PSA are designing in consultation with other experts how to roll out the APCs and what will be the best way to give APCs. So as I said, we are now in the, this is the slide number 26. We are now in the phase 1 for 3 years to merge all the existing library consortium and then bring together, give access to the higher education institutes like central government universities, state universities, and research institutions and government colleges. Phase 2 will include the private academic institutions in a public-private partnership model. And phase 3 is providing universal access to all resources. So coming to the, I think I told all about everything. So coming to slide number, go to the resources directly. Yeah, you can get slide number 33. So these are the list of publishers that we have included under ONOS, and 30. Slide number 34. Yeah, these are the 30 publishers, international publishers included, and about 13,000 plus journals are included in 27 broad subject categories. Okay. So I'll show you the ONOS portal and stop there because it is almost time. 43, please. Slide number 43. So I would encourage you to go to the ONOS portal, which is https://onos.gov.in. Okay. So we have put together all the information required here in this portal. This is hosted by InflipNet on our server. And then we have given the access mechanism. And also we have given many notes which people can consult. And we will be providing all the help required for referring all the sources on resources available through ONOS. As we speak, we have onboarded most of the institutions, both IP-based and non-IP-based. For IP-based, it's a direct, straightforward implementation as we used to do in the eShoda Sindhu. For non-IP-based, we are using our InFed federated system, which is based on Shibboleth. And we are giving a system of username, keyword, password-based access. So that's all I wanted to say. There are several other slides how to access ONOS and all that. Due to the time constraint, I will end here. And I once again thank you for the opportunity and apologize for the technical glitches. And I'll be happy to take any questions if possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. There are a few questions.
Good evening, ma'am. I am Dr. Charu Verma. I head research journals here. And I happen to know something about NKRC and how this initiative of One Nation, One Subscription started. So I have a question that how many phases are planned for One Nation, One Subscription, and how long will that take to have access to all the resources which we initially thought we can give to all stakeholders?
So at present, as I said, we are going to roll it out in 3 phases. So phase 1 right now we did, which actually I didn't cover all the slides. There was a core committee and there was a planning and execution committee and there was a national negotiation committee. So when ONOS started, I was not in the committee, but at the time they have considered 70 to 72 publishers in the first go. Then as the discussions progressed, they have shortlisted only those providers which provide journal content, not the databases, right? So that reduced the number of journals, the providers to about 40. Finally, in the negotiation table, only 36 publishers participated and 30 of them agreed for the terms and conditions laid out by the Office of the PSA and the core committee for the present version of ONOS. That is what happened. So 30 agreed and they are come abroad on board.
Do you still feel this is a very expensive proposition as compared to the price they are giving us, or we could negotiate well?
Actually, if you ask me, we got a very good deal because, as I said, we have given now access to 1.8 crore students across the students and researchers across the country. Earlier, it was 58 lakhs only.
Okay. Okay.
So in that way, we have tripled
thank you so
the
much.
access. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we are ending the.
Mani Murali has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am, whatever the subscribed the publishers, do we get the article processing fee waive off? Because we have subscribed them, no?
No, it's not like that. Actually, the APC amount kept aside by this ONOS is 150 crores, which is very less compared to the whole country publishing. So we are working out the modalities, how much can be given actually as the APC to an university or an institute, what should be the formula, because out of just 150 crores, we have to distribute to the whole country. So it will not be that for every article published, APC will be given by ONOS. It cannot be possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since there are no more questions, let's thank Dr. Devika Vadali for her informative talk with a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, my only request is your own Journal of Marine Science, please consider an open science platform and all the other journals from NIScPR to be open science on a platform that is free for the reader and free for the author.
Ma'am,
and we at
Sorry.
InflipNet will give all the necessary help to you, technical help.
Ma'am, I just want to mention a couple of points. We are already there listed on your One Nation, One Subscription platform, as well as we are completely open access. No APC, nothing. There's no publication cost. There's access cost is also not there. So basically, we are giving the platinum open access with green access. We already have a repository.
Thank you. This is very good news for us because we will be announcing very soon our open science platform, and then I'll be requesting you, ma'am, for the metadata so that it will be centrally available for people to access.
Okay, ma'am, because we already use open source software and there also we are not using any cost. So we are using DSpace for creating that repository. And even for our e-editorial system, we are using Open Journal access, system for e-editorial. That is also open source. Yeah.
This is very good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Next, we are moving to the valedictory session of this workshop. In this session, there will be a presentation of the workshop summary by Dr. Dinesh Philip, editor IJMS.
Good evening, all. Now we have almost come to the end of this one-day national workshop. So I'll be presenting the workshop summary now. Actually, this particular
You are muted. You are mute.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, sir. So I'll be presenting the workshop summary now. Actually, this workshop was basically planned as a outreach activity for our research journal division. And accordingly, we have planned this workshop to accommodate mostly the research scholars, young scholars, and to give a good platform to them to connect with the peers and the publishing partners, where NISPR is also a major player as far as India is concerned. Uh, so we have started with the inaugural session, wherein our director, Madam Professor Anjana Agarwal, uh, emphasized the critical role of scholarly communications in the dissemination of scientific knowledge. She further highlighted the CSIR-NIScPR's legacy of over 80 years of scientific publishing, as we are having around 15 peer-reviewed journals under green open access policy. She further stressed the importance of promoting Indian research globally through indigenous journals. Also called upon the Indian scientific community to support the Indian journals in line with the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission, especially in the domain of scientific publishing. Then further, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director CSIR-NIO Goa, emphasized the importance of oceanography research and called for focus research and innovation in this vital area. Sir highlighted that oceans rich in biodiversity remain vastly unexplored, presenting immense opportunities. Uh, he also shared his vision on the blue economy currently, which is currently contributing around 4 to 5% of India's GDP, and underlined its potential in achieving national economic goals. Sir identified climate change as a critical challenge affecting all life forms and urged a solution-based research approach. He also noted that India leads globally in the number of scientific publications and affirmed the role of publishing in advancing new scientific knowledge. Then the guest of honor, Professor Harilal B. Menon, Vice Chancellor of Goa University, initially applauded the Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences for upholding high standards in marine science publishing. He suggested enhancing the visibility and impact factor of the journal to increase its global influence. He also shared the university's proactive initiatives in aligning with NAP 2020. And in his address, he focused on the areas like ocean modeling, climate change, marine biodiversity, marine plastic pollution, and encourage collaborations in these emerging areas, and where the academia actually can play a pivotal role. Mm, Further, Dr. Harsh K. Gupta, chief guest of this workshop, reflected on India's remarkable achievements in marine sciences over the past 25 years. He noted the development of the Indian tsunami early warning systems, recognized as one of the best globally, cited historical findings suggesting the existence of ancient civilization dating back to 15,000 years along the Indian coastline. Sir also proposed the publication of special issues in the journal to commemorate 25 years of achievements and legacies in marine sciences. Post inaugural session, we have moved on to the special session, which is delivered by Dr. Nirmalya Mujumdar, Senior Principal Scientist and a member head RJD from CSIR-NIScPR. Sir highlighted all the scholarly research publications from CSIR-NIScPR with their scope, their legacy, and some journal metrics. Thereafter, the editor Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences introduced the IHMS with its brief introduction on the around 50 years of legacy. Then the editorial practices followed in the editorial office, and its importance in this particular domain to advance the marine research in the nation. Post this session, Dr. Bhavya Khanna from MOS stressed on the importance of popularizing scholarly research and also highlighted the various components of science communications and things to take care and improve while communicating with the general masses. Then post lunch we had an excellent panel discussion wherein we had renowned panelists. The session was chaired by Dr. Satish Shinoyji, who is MOS Chair Professor and Scientist, and other panelists were Dr. Vinit Kumar Gehlot, Director, Wadia Institute of Himalayan Geology, Dehradun, Dr. S. Ramesh, Scientist G from NIO Chennai, Dr. Rahul Mohan, Scientist G from NCPR Goa, Dr. Mangesh Gans, Chief Scientist from CSIR-NIO Goa, and Dr. Rekha J. Nair, Principal Scientist from CMFRI Kochi. The panel deliberated on various aspects like policy orientations to achieve sustainable development goals and for scientific leadership. Then they have stressed upon several aspects like multi-domain capabilities, then importance of oceanographic work, importance of collaborative research. And panel further gave the current R&D activities which is going in their respective institutes. So overall, everything was targeted the discussion towards to make the indigenous research or to move indigenous research towards the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Then post this panel, we had invited talk on open science and ONOS and Indian perspective delivered by Director Implement Dr. Devika Madali. Madam gave the overview of Indian publishing. Then the citations received by Indian research articles, total number of Indian publications, which is majorly published in foreign journals. And she also stressed that the institutes, major R&D institutes from India, they also publish majorly in foreign journals. Although the research is originated and mostly referred in India itself, but it is published in foreign journals. She then stressed on ONOS, a platform for equitable access to subscribed content. She gave an overview on its genesis, and that's it. So we have covered these various aspects in this particular workshop today. With this, I'm concluding with my brief description about today's activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Valif, for the presentation of workshop summary. Now we will have a concluding remark by Dr. Charu Verma on behalf of our director, Professor Anjana Agarwal, who is not able to attend this session due to some prior engagements. Dr. Charu Verma.
Thank you, Dr. Pushpanjali. And thank you, Dr. Dinesh, for summarizing the key highlights of this one-day workshop, the National Workshop on Emerging Research Frontiers in Marine and Light Sciences, with spotlight on Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences in collaboration with our sister lab CSIR-NIO. Now, as we already talked about this, the oceans remain one of the Earth's most dynamic frontiers, and they are holding immense scientific potential for exploration, resource utilization, and definitely a step towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, with these rapid advancements in marine science and its allied disciplines, the scope for impactful and interdisciplinary research in this domain is greater than ever. So these present initiatives may align with the Government of India's initiative to foster knowledge-based economy under the Atmanirbhar mission and many other mission projects which are underway. So promoting indigenous research innovation and scholarly publication in the marine science is crucial for achieving this sustainable development and enhancing the coastal resilience and unlocking the vast potential of India's oceanic resources. So I think these key highlights, we need to carry them forward and make them as inspiration for collaborations here today to create a meaningful research. As we already decided on creating a special issue, so I think Dr. Dinesh, we all have a very, very important task to get that special issue out by this year end. And we'll just try to kind of collaborate with all the experts who rightly said that we may have around 20 to 25 papers. And by collaborating and just keeping the historical perspective of the marine and the allied sciences. Now, the purpose of this workshop, definitely we started as an initiative to cultivate the robust indigenous ecosystem for science communication and especially the scholarly publication. As we already discussed in the morning, it started with the fact that we wanted to have outreach of all our 15 research journals, and this is one of the initiatives to start with the GMS. So it's a very good initiative which we started on this, and I think the teamwork, but definitely Dr. Dinesh and Dr. Shubha Rastogit took it forward. Now, what we have done is basically we have tried connecting almost all the institutes, organization, academia working in the field of marine sciences. So we approach approximately 40 plus institutions, the R&D institutions of national importance across country for workshop. And then we are trying to connect all this marine research fraternity, including the eminent leaders in the field. And we can see that we have institutes from Ministry of Earth Sciences, from MICAR, CSIR, and many other institutions like Goa University and the universities which are specially having courses related to marine and allied sciences. So this will definitely help us to break the glass doors, as was mentioned by Dr. Rekha in the session, that the institutes across ministries maybe have these glass doors which may be broken to have interdisciplinary research, and also this is going to be the kind of major step towards creating maybe develop India and the Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, we already know that India, with vast coastline of around 7,500 kilometers and an extensive exclusive economic zone, the ocean and seas, they hold immense potential for R&D in marine and the allied sciences, and definitely in other strategic areas as well. So this workshop definitely is a good platform to deliberate on current edging R&D with diverse sectors of marine sciences and oceanography, as represented in the panel leaders dialogue also. So this is a very good platform to connect and interact with the researchers, the opportunities for interdisciplinary collaborative research, which is need of the hour, and which is definitely the future research directions for the publication, and also the other research initiatives. So as we already discussed, IGMS is the only, perhaps, the dedicated indigenous journal in this field. We also saw the comparison which Dr. Majumdar mentioned in the morning, that we are doing very well in terms of the H index and also the SJR. So we are very competitive in terms of the kind of coverage we are having in terms of the marine and other areas of the, which are basically the scope of the and to improve its global positioning and also the impact and make it further more impactful as compared to the current scenario. Now we basically invite all these institutions, the experts in this area, to connect with us, maybe as authors, maybe as reviewers. As we discuss, the main, the path-breaking issue is to get reviewers on board and also to get the reviews done in timely fashion. That is very important to reduce the time from publication to the from the manuscript getting and to publication. So any research with the journal to flourish, we need good blend of authors, reviewers, and EB members. And as Dr. Dinesh already mentioned, that we are in process of creating the new EB. And as per the structure, which was already approved by our research council. As we already know that we are a public funded institute and we are basically into publishing also, which is basically the platinum open access, which is free of cost, no APC attached, no subscription cost. So this is basically good for a developing country like India, where you have plethora of institutes, the higher education institutions. I think we are among top 3 globally. So it's important that we have our research fraternity and they have a platform so that they can publish their innovative research in the indigenous publishing research journals itself. So NISPR to serve to the country's research fraternity, raising the publication standards alone, it's definitely difficult. So we need some kind of collaboration in different domains. So we have 15 research journals which are in different domain. So to start with, maybe we can just select the area of the marine science, and later on, maybe we can have other outreach events for other journals, like we discuss that we have, biological journals, the physical sciences journals and interdisciplinary journals. All these will definitely follow after this. So I think the key takeaways from this is definitely the special issue, which is really special, and it's important that this would not only give the leverage to IGMS, but also a single point of, I would say a stop shop wherein you have the information related to marine and the life sciences at one place. So other key takeaways are definitely the deeper understanding of the cutting edge research areas, the future R&D directions, as we discussed in that panel discussion, that what are the key points wherein we need to collaborate and just go across the boundaries of ministries or the institutes in marine and the life sciences. Now, the insight into the key science policies and also their impact on the research access and dissemination. Definitely, that's much beyond this scope, but definitely this will also give inputs to the policies also. Now, awareness of what we do, the NISPR's role and initiatives in open science and scholarly publishing, as we already discussed with InfluMNet, that we already have open access repository, which is Platinum Open Access. And everything is built on open source software. We are not even incurring any license cost on that. So the platform is free of cost. Definitely the hidden cost is the resources who are going to implement that. But that is definitely a societal mandate with no cost attached. The next key takeaway is definitely the familiarity with the IGMS. The detailed presentation by Dr. Dinesh definitely give you the idea of what exactly is the workflow, where are the bottlenecks, where do you have the desk rejection, what can authors do better so that their publications are kind of accepted or maybe at least selected for the review, and how that we can have the more reviewers who can get us everything on time. So we have the periodicity of the journal along with the number of papers kept intact for better impact factor. So the familiarity with the editorial practices, the workflow of IGMS, and also the other research journals which are there in NISPR. Because we have a consistent policy in terms of the editorial process, as well as the style or the formatting or the style guide. So that makes it easy for the persons to, suppose somebody is trying to, give a paper in IGMS and also in GSIR. So at least in terms of formatting or referencing style, you have that consistency, and the content, you can focus on the content rather than focusing on the formatting. Other key takeaways, opportunities for networking and exploring collaborative pathways for interdisciplinary and collaborative marine research. Definitely. If you have research in these areas, you definitely have a pipeline which can give you more research journals, research articles for your IGMS. Now, with that, I would like to again express our sincere gratitude to all those who contributed to these key highlights and going to, kind of help us and support us for getting this special issue. So first of all, our chief guest, Dr. Harsh K. Gupta, former Secretary MOS, he definitely gave a very good insight into this domain, which, kind of, because they are the researchers who are working on this, and we will be just publishing, but the experts who are live into the research area can definitely add more values to the research, which is more contemporary and relevant. Heartfelt thanks to our guest of honor, Professor Harilal B. Menon, Vice Chancellor of Goa University, because we have the researchers which are basically generated from the university. So universities have a very, very important role to give more experts for the future of India. So he graced us with his keynote address and shared valuable insights into this marine and the light sciences. Professor Sunil Kumar, Director, CSIR-NIO, sir, we are really thankful to you for supporting us for this collaboration, and especially all the people in your team. They really worked hard with our team and to make this workshop a real success. And our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Professor Ranjana Agrawal, Director, CSIR-NIScPR. Ma'am, it was a very, in fact, actually she advised to kind of, do these kind of outreach workshops across Pan-India in different geographical regions, so as to collaborate with national institutes working in research, journal scope or the domain. And so we drafted this proposal, and this proposal was kindly considered by our research council. And this workshop is basically first in that line. And our director, ma'am, she has been very supportive of such initiatives, and she's been providing continuous support in strengthening the nation's science communication ecosystem and the open access and the scholarly access to these research journals. And all our journals are basically through common creative license, which is basically NCN-ND, that is no commercial distribution in any other form, and also no distribution in the form apart from what is there online. So we extend our thanks again to all distinguished speakers, all panelists, and also the NIO team again. And then a big thanks to everyone who made this successful through their presence, and all the members of the core committee and the subcommittee. So thank you once again. Thank you so much. And congratulations to Dr. Dinesh and Dr. Shiba. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now, I would like to request our chief guest for this session, Professor Sunil Kumar Singh, Director, CSIR-NIO. Over to you, sir, for your concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. And I'm very much thankful to Dr. Charu Verma for giving a beautiful summary of today's workshop. In fact, if you see the objective of today's workshop can be clubbed into two parts. One was to highlight the ocean research, the opportunity, what different kind of research one can do, what are the burning topics, what benefited society will get from ocean research. And second part was to see how our Indian journal, particularly Indian Journal of Geo-Marine Sciences, can be useful for our researchers in coming days. Because when we are talking about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think we need to look into this, because today's presentation, if you see, lot of issues are there to deal with in the ocean. A lot of opportunities are there, there's no doubt about that. But when you are talking about the publication, I think a little bit disappointing, because you see number of publication is increasing. India had become third in entire world. Means in total number of publication is touching about 40 lakhs, and India is publishing about 3 lakhs. But out of those 3 lakhs, I think if you see the number of publication which is there in the Indian journal, I think that number I was looking for, but thanks to Madam Madali, who has given the number today. And if you see past 5 years at least, the number of publication in the Indian journal by India is only about 7,000 to 8,000. So, and I don't know whether it was correct or not, but last year it was only 700. I suppose it is 7,000. So you can imagine the situation. We Indian are doing research here, but publishing everything outside. Our number of publication is increasing, quality is also increasing, but our Indian journal are suffering a lot. We are, you know, how much difficulty we face when we try to publish in outside journal. Whereas here we have so many Indian journal, we are not able to. We are not approaching them. So I think this situation has to change significantly. In fact, you know, as you have seen, we are paying 6,000 crore for subscribing to journal, and here Indian journal are free of cost, totally free, and we are not able to publish that. So I think something has to change from the policy point of view. Because again, today our Dr. Harsh Gupta ji has suggested to publish one special edition. But again, you see, this is not the solution. Means one edition will come with 20 paper, 30 paper. That is not going to solve the problem of this Indian journal publication. We have to do some means if really everybody is serious, this one day job, one day workshop is not going to solve that. I think this has to be taken at the policy matter. And I think our Indian scientists who are taking the money from the exchequer and doing the research, I think they should certainly publish at least few % of their publication in the Indian journal. That is, we have to force them. Otherwise, you see, it is not possible if you just go like that. one special publication or one special edition not going to serve the purpose, and our Indian journal will keep on suffering like that. We will be breaking outside for the publication, despite the fact that we are doing high quality work. Still, our means, you see, a small river, somebody is working in France, very small river. It will be, they were showing this global significance, and when we do in Indian, some big river, much bigger, 10 times bigger than the French river, and they will tell that no, this is a regional study, you can publish in regional journal. So this type of problem people are facing, and still we are going for the foreign journal. So I think something drastically has to be changed. One-day workshop, such type of workshop, it is important for the making people aware, but it is not going to solve the purpose at all. So I think that there's something has to be taken up to higher level, policy level, because we have to implement that. If somebody is doing research using the government money, certainly they have to publish in the Indian journal. I think that is the way to force public, at least, so that it will start publishing. Number of people will increase, quality and increase, positive feedback. Because of positive feedback, number of citations will increase, and hence more and more people will come. Something drastically had to change this culture. So again, I think this is a very good initiative. I thank everybody, but much more has to be done. So I request NISPR and Dinesh to do something more in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your concluding remarks. And I would like to thank all the participants who are joined online for this workshop, and all the speakers, all the guests joined with us for this workshop. Let us stand for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. With this, we are concluding this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining online. Thank you.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you.